for you to see what your life can truly be. Shining star for you to see what your life can truly be. Shining star for you to see what your life can truly be. Shining star for you to see. Yeah.
Uh-oh. I see comic books. You doing another comic book show? All you talk about is Marvel comic books.
I beg to differ. That's not so. A wide variety of nostalgic topics are covered here on the PodBlast. I'm talking comic books again today because I always review the newest Marvel movie. There's other topics today.
Uh-huh. All I see are comic books in the background on the video. Well, what time is it?
It's PodBlast time! Yeah!
That's right, it's PodBlast time again. PodBlast Live. This is your show, your weird, informative, hopefully fun, time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Remember the Milton Bradley game of life, the board game life? I was a Monopoly man myself, but I digress. This is your nostalgia show with a bite, because it bites. No, kind of bites sometimes. It depends on my mood. I'm your host, Chance Bartels, no relation to Chance the Rapper. As always, we've got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey would say at the beginning of Family Feud. While we're live today, you can comment on our feed or call in at 770-438-1050. Have you seen the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 movie yet? That's in theaters now. If you did, I'd like to hear your thoughts. But after I share my review, if you please. Your thoughts and comments will be read on the air today, good or bad. And after Guardians of the Galaxy is covered, the phone lines will be open to any nostalgic topic that you want to chime in about. But, fair warning, the first hour and a half of today's show will cover the history of Guardians of the Galaxy, complete with the original comic book first appearances of each of the major movie characters, and we're going to talk about how it all began way back in 1968. But, if you don't care about comic books, we have some of our usual nostalgia features, such as the fake rant of the week, old-fashioned phrases, the nostalgic treat and snack of the week, music history notes, audio clips, music, as well as a full Guardians of the Galaxy history in print, complete with a show and tell of those key Guardians of the Galaxy comic books I just mentioned, and interviews with the cast and the crew of the trilogy, including the trilogy director and writer James Gunn. If you're not a fan or know nothing about Guardians of the Galaxy, I still think you'll find value here if you do listen, since these characters are now a big part of pop culture lore and history. But did you know the Guardians of the Galaxy goes back to October 15th, 1968? A lot of people think they began in 2014 when the first movie was released, and that's not the case. Now, they've been around for a long, long time. I'll explain in just a moment. Also, I will give my comic book people, my wonderful comic book people, tips on key comic books to buy now while they are inexpensive, while you can still get them affordably. I've got all of that for you and a whole lot more on this new live edition of the Nostalgic PodBlast. So let's get started. Now, if you're here, you probably enjoy the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, as well as nostalgia, and possibly the classic Marvel comic books that these characters were based upon. So let's lead with that. In a moment, you'll hear a brief history of the origin of these characters in print, and you'll hear from the stars themselves. If you're listening to this live edition of the Nostalgic PodBlast via our Fistful of Radio station out of Atlanta, Georgia, FistFulOfRadio.com is where it streams. If you're listening at Apple Podcasts, TuneIn, Spotify, Podbean, wherever, I would encourage you to go to YouTube and search The Nostalgic PodBlast. That's The Nostalgic, with a C, Nostalgic PodBlast, PodBlast. Or simply Google search The Nostalgic PodBlast YouTube. On the official YouTube channel of the Nostalgic PodBlast, you'll see this very broadcast that I'm titling History of Guardians of the Galaxy and Movie Review. The reason I suggest you visit the video feed of the show is because on camera, I'm going to feature those classic Marvel comic books from my personal collection, which have outstanding, colorful artwork on the covers. The art is incredible on these covers. If you don't want to fool with going to YouTube, this video piece is also on our official Facebook group, The Nostalgic PodBlast, in the video feed media tab. But not to worry, I've designed this edition to be listener-only friendly for those that just want the audio portion of the program to hear the clips that I'm going to share. All right, so are you ready? Let's get started with today's History of the Guardians of the Galaxy segment. First of all, there are several classifications of comic book eras that consist of several decades, and these classifications merely designate the years that these comic books were published. Starting with the Golden Age of comics. That was first, just like the Golden Age of Hollywood, if you will. Then came the Silver Age of comics, followed by, you guessed it, the Bronze Age of comics, and finally, the Modern Age of comics, which we're in right now. And that started in 1985 to present day in 2023. We'll get into the details of the years of these ages of comics in just a sec. Like right now. So once upon a time, in the Silver Age of comics, which were comic books published between 1956 and 1969, Marvel, and some say it started in 1954. We'll talk about that in a minute. But for historical purposes, let's just say the Silver Age of comics were comics that were around and published for the first time between 1956 and 1959. Marvel Comics in the Silver Age published a bi-monthly comic book, that means every other month, obviously, a bi-monthly comic book series titled Fantasy Masterpieces. I'm going to show that on camera now, the first edition of that particular comic book. It was a reprint book, meaning none of the stories in here were all new. These were reprints from the Golden Age of comic books. So this first edition of Fantasy Masterpieces was released on Thursday, December 2nd, 1965. Reason I'm talking about this is what this book morphed into, which we'll cover in just a sec. Issue 18 of that magazine, it had a new title, introduced the Guardians of the Galaxy. So that's where I'm going with this. Now, this book, Fantasy Masterpieces #1, only contained Golden Age era comic book stories. The Golden Age of comics were comics originally published between the years 1938, starting with Action Comics #1, according to most historians, and that's the first appearance of Superman on the DC side of things, and that's the most valuable comic sold at auction to date. And that was originally released way back on Monday, April 18th, 1938. But the Golden Age of comics starts pretty much there, and then it goes through the World War II years. Take two. The Golden Age of comics goes from 1938 through the World War II years, all the way up until 1954, when the Comics Code Authority started rating and censoring comic books, thanks to a book that was published titled Seduction of the Innocent, that claimed that the youth of America were being taken over by immoral comic books and immorality. In the horror comic books specifically, There was a publisher, EC Comic Books, which eventually published Mad Magazine in comic book form and then the magazine version. They turned out all sorts of incredible horror comics, which unfortunately were burned. They actually had comic book burning rallies. So those particular horror comic books are extremely, extremely valuable. Ooh, my mic's kind of hot. I better put on my headphones so I don't scream into the mic there. So as I said, the Silver Age of comics began, I say, in 1956. Some say 1954. We'll just say 1956 to 1969. And after that, the Bronze Age of comics covered the years 1970 to 1985. And currently, as I said, we're in the modern age of comics, which encompasses comics released to the public between 1986 and today. I said 85, really 1986. Okay, to get the record straight. So how does Guardians of the Galaxy fit into all this? Hang on, my friends. Getting right there. So that Fantasy Masterpieces #1 that's on camera, anyone who's watching, from Thursday, December 2nd, 1965, was a single-sized issue with a 12-cent price tag that reprinted Golden Age comic book stories from the 1940s that Marvel controlled, meaning no DC stories obviously were reprinted, like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, any of the DC characters, or the EC Horror Golden Age. No, it was just stuff that Marvel absorbed and had the copyright ownership rights to. Issue 2 of Fantasy Masterpieces, which is right here, came out 2 months later. And that hit the streets on Thursday, February 3rd, 1966. The third issue of Fantasy Masterpieces expanded the book to double size, or king size, if you will, with a 25-cent price tag instead of a 12-cent price tag, but you got more bang for your buck because it was double-sized. This bigger book, issue number 3, was bestowed onto the public on Tuesday, April 5th, 1966. I'm getting there. On Thursday, June 2nd, 1966, what was originally going to be a one-shot, one-and-done comic book title called Marvel Superheroes King Size Special #1 hit comic book spinner racks on Thursday, June 30th, 1966. There it is. There's a point to this. This was considered, the reason I said it's a one and done, it was an annual. Annuals were like yearbooks, if you will, a high school yearbook. Typically in the summer months, annuals would be published by Marvel Comics, like Amazing Spider-Man Annual 1, 2, 3, etc. Fantastic Four Annual 1, 2, 3. And most annuals contained all new stories originally, but many were reprints of earlier popular comic books, as was the case with this edition, Marvel Superheroes King Size Special #1 from Thursday, June 30th, 1966. As you can see when watching, Daredevil issue #1 from a couple years before 1966 and Avengers #2, along with some older comic book stories from the Golden Age, were presented in this title. And these Golden Age of comic stories from the 1930s to the 1940s in this book are pretty interesting. These Golden Age stories were titled The Human Torch and the Submariner Meet, originally presented in a comic book called Marvel Mystery Comics #8 from June 1940, and it reprinted the first Marvel story by future editor-in-chief Stan Lee, written when Stan Lee was just 18 years old. And that piece was called Captain America Foils the Traitor's Revenge. And that originally appeared in Captain America Comics #3 from May 1941. You may have seen, watching maybe the History Channel, the cover of Captain America issue 1, where Cap is punching Adolf Hitler right in the face. It's an iconic cover and a very valuable comic book. But Stan Lee made his comic book writing debut in Captain America Comics #3, May 1941. So, Guardians of the Galaxy. Let's get back on track with that. I'll show you another fantasy masterpiece. There's issue 4. So that continued on. That book, Marvel Superheroes #1, sold really, really well. So what wound up happening is this book, Fantasy Masterpieces, was renamed, you guessed it, Marvel Superheroes. And they started featuring all new stories, introducing all new characters. Let me just show you. That's the last edition of the incarnation of Fantasy Masterpieces, which was a double-sized issue. The rest of them are double-sized issues after issue 2. I need an assistant. The only assistant I have right now is my pet bunny rabbit, who you'll probably meet tonight on camera. Anyone watching my pet bunny is going to make a cameo appearance later on. So, that last Fantasy Masterpieces issue I showed on camera a minute ago, that hit the street on Tuesday, August 8th, 1967. Now, here's finally where Guardians of the Galaxy comes in, as does Captain Marvel. I can't say my R's all of a sudden. They sound like L's. It's like I've lost my speech center. And I haven't had drink in weeks. Here's where Guardians of the Galaxy comes in, as does Captain Marvel and other characters. What would have been Fantasy Masterpieces' 12th issue changed. The Golden Age of Marvel Comics reprint book was rebranded, retitled, and retooled as Marvel Superheroes, now featuring all new stories, as I said. I know I'm repeating myself, starting with this 12th issue, which was used as a one-shot title, which used the one-shot previous title for that king-size special Marvel Superheroes from that June 30th, 1966 king-size annual. Now, this 12th issue introduced a new character with a very familiar name, Captain Marvel, who Wiz Comics back in the Golden Age had published, and Captain Marvel became Shazam! Shazam! But this was Marvel's version of the character of Captain Marvel, written by Stan Lee. When this comic was first sold on Tuesday, October 10th, 1967, it sold very, very well. So they held over this character to the next edition. But that next edition also introduced another extremely significant Marvel character who is in the movies now. Here it is. It's tough doing this by yourself. There it is, Marvel Superheroes issue 14, which also was the second story, all-new story with the new character of Captain Marvel. That hit on Tuesday, December 12th, 1967. So the male character, who was played by Jude Law in the first Captain Marvel movie from 2018, was introduced in Marvel Superheroes issue 12 I just showed, and he's in, Marvel Superheroes 12 and this edition right here, number 13. But Carol Danvers was introduced in issue 13, who later in the comics would gain powers and become a character named Ms. Marvel in the comic books. This Captain Marvel history will be covered in greater detail in November 2023 when the new movie The Marvels is released and analyzed by yours truly, your faithful host, Chance Bartels. So, what this revamped Marvel Superheroes book did was serve as an audition, if you will, to see if new characters and some existing characters would warrant expansion into their own comic book series based on sales and reader response with letters to Marvel Comics in New York City. Think of it in television terms as a TV pilot. At last, we come to Guardians of the Galaxy. Take a breath here. So these characters, the Guardians of the Galaxy, the original team, blasted onto newsstands and into stores and comic book spinner racks in the 18th edition of Marvel Superheroes, which started as Fantasy Masterpieces, a reprint book. This book came out on October 15th, 1968, with a January 1969 false cover date. I call it a false cover date. Think of it as the expiration date for milk in a grocery store. This was a date that the guy or gal stocking the shelf knew it's old, it needs to be disposed of and replaced with a new issue. So they're always 3 months ahead at least in those days, during the Silver Age of comics and beyond, in the Bronze Age and today, they're always ahead of real street time. So don't let that January 69 false cover date fool you. This actually was sold to the public on October 15th, 1968. So at last, we're going to get to the meat of the history of the Guardians of the Galaxy. At last. It didn't work. Talk about a delayed reaction there, folks. Jeez Louise. Okay. Marvel Superheroes, by the way, concluded its all-new stories with issue number 20, which was the first solo Doctor Doom cover and a solo Doctor Doom story. However, issue number 23 of Marvel Superheroes, I'm not going to show the Doctor Doom on camera. I have it, and I have a gorgeous copy, but it's irrelevant to the Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm just going to let you know, historically, that that was the last all-new issue. And then it reverted back to being a reprint book. But issue 23 also had a tiny new story written by Stan Lee about a character named the Watcher. But after that, Marvel Superheroes, the comic book, began reprinting stories with Daredevil and Iron Man. And then Marvel Superheroes represented stories of the Incredible Hulk and Submariner. And Submariner was introduced finally in the movies in Wakanda Forever by Marvel Studios. But these are reprints of their prior combo book titled Tales to Astonish, which started before the craze of superheroes as a monster comic book by Timely Comics, which became Marvel Comics. And eventually, starting with issue number 70, 70 of Tales to Astonish, it became a combo book. Half of it was about a 12-page story featuring the Incredible Hulk. The other half, about 11 pages, was Submariner. Before that, it was Ant-Man. That book introduced Ant-Man in comic books back in 1962. Ant-Man was the second Marvel comic book hero to debut after the first Fantastic Four issue number 1 from August of 1961. Anyway, just a little anecdote there. But Marvel Superheroes shrank from double size to regular size with a 20-cent price tag, beginning with Marvel Superheroes issue number 32. With Marvel Superheroes issue 56, it caught up to the solo Hulk stories, because what happened with Tales to Astonish, which started as a monster book, after issue 101, they renamed it The Incredible Hulk, because Hulk was more popular than Submariner, but Submariner was popular too, and they gave each of these characters their own book, which I covered in another PodBlast titled The Big Premiere Issues of 1968. It's on YouTube, and I showed all those comic books and went over all this. So I'm sort of rehashing, but it ties in to this book, Marvel Superheroes. So I'm almost done talking about Marvel Superheroes. We'll get back to Guardians of the Galaxy and get to the clips and the fun stuff and other nostalgic topics. Just bear with me just another moment. So with Marvel Superheroes issue 56, it began reprinting the solo Hulk stories of the Incredible Hulk, starting with a representation of the Incredible Hulk issue number 102. The final issue of Marvel Superheroes was issue number 105, which hit on September 22nd, 1981. With a January 1982 cover date, and it reprinted the Incredible Hulk issue number 157. And that particular final issue of Marvel Superheroes had an increased cover price of 60 cents from 50 cents. There was a crunch on paper. The reason the prices really went up dramatically at the end of the Silver Age of comics. It went from 10 cents to 12 cents in 1961. And then from 12 cents to 15 cents, 15 cents to 20 cents, and then 25 cents, 30 cents, 35 cents. Anyway, at this point in time, it increased to 60 cents in 1981, September 22nd, 1981. So I wanted to wrap the history of the Marvel Superheroes comic book series, since that was the title that gave birth to the Guardians of the Galaxy, with Marvel Superheroes issue number 18 from October 15th, 1968, which viewers can see in the background I wrote, and I took it off the background. Let me go get it again. It needs to be back up on the wall. Where are you, my little friend? Oh, you're on camera, aren't you? Never mind. Never mind there. I don't want to damage these books as I struggle live to do this solo. All right. Let me make sure it's on camera. Yes, it is. But in the background, you can see a reprint of it from years later. What sucked was in the 70s when books were reprinted and titled, for instance, Marvel Tales, which reprinted the Amazing Spider-Man issues. They would cut like 3 pages out for the reprint of the original story to save money on printing costs, which is pretty lame, including the first appearance of Guardians of the Galaxy when it was reprinted in a comic book title called Astonishing Tales, issue number 29. They edited that original Marvel Superheroes issue number 18. Just a little factoid there. This original Guardians of the Galaxy ensemble from 1968 had both familiar and unfamiliar characters originally. The movies did use some of the original characters as scavengers, for instance, in the movies, but they also took characters from other Marvel comics outside of the Guardians of the Galaxy team to form the movie team, which I think was pretty original and cool. And I wonder how they thought of that. I would love to be in the writer's room or in the meeting in the boardroom and just be a fly on the wall and hear was it James Gunn? Who made these decisions? If anyone knows, please let me know. Leave a comment or call in if you're listening while we're live, 770-438-1050. But please wait till I do my review of the movie, which I'll get to in just a moment, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and then I want to hear from you. But and then the lines will be open throughout the rest of the show. You can call in anytime, but just bear with me. Let me get through this history and play my clips of the stars of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. So what I'd like to do now is cover the familiar characters from the Guardians of the Galaxy movie trilogy and when they made their first appearance in the comic books. And this is interesting. I'll show you all of these comics today, except for one, which is a reprint, because I don't have the original. The first appearance of Groot. I am Groot. I can't do it. Oh, I shouldn't even try. Embarrass myself. I am Groot. Then I'll offer you my Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 movie review I just mentioned, and we'll go on to other nostalgic topics and news beyond just comic books. So, back in 1969, when Stan Lee stepped back from writing Marvel comic books full-time, a man from Jackson, Missouri named Roy Thomas, who's still alive, he was a Marvel comic books writer and editor. He became Stan Lee's successor as the editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics. Here's a quote from Roy Thomas about the creation of Guardians of the Galaxy, which Roy stated in an interview on Wikipedia. I tried to find audio of him talking about Guardians. I looked everywhere, couldn't find it, so I'll just read this. It's only a paragraph. It's not long. Roy Thomas says, Guardians of the Galaxy started out as an idea of mine about super gorillas fighting against Russians and Red Chinese who had taken over and divided the United States of America. I got sort of general approval out of then editor-in-chief Stan Lee, and he gave the idea to writer Arnold Drake. Since I had not time to write and research it, he gave it to Arnold Drake. Arnold went in for a conference with Stan Lee, and Stan, and maybe Arnold too, decided to change it to an interplanetary situation. All of the characters and situations in Guardians were created by Arnold and or Stan Lee. But it was his concept. That's the end of the quote, by the way, and or Stan, end quote, Roy Thomas. But Roy Thomas came up with the general idea, as you just heard, but he was going to feature it on Earth with super gorillas fighting against the Russians and the Red Chinese. So, the Guardians of the Galaxy, as I've said ad nauseum at this point, about 5 times now, first appeared in the comic book Marvel Superheroes issue number 18 that's on camera now, which first hit on October 15th, 1968. Written by Arnold Drake and penciled by artist Gene Colan, who also drew Iron Man starting in Tales of Suspense and then the spin-off solo Iron Man title in the early issues. Despite strong sales on this issue, Marvel Superheroes 18, the Guardians of the Galaxy would not appear again in comic books for over 5 years. They returned in a title called Marvel 2-in-1, which we'll talk about, and that was a comic book that starred a character, The Thing, who was like a pile of rocks. He's a member of the Fantastic Four. It would always have The Thing. It lasted 100 issues before it became a solo Thing comic book. But this issue was the return of the Guardians of the Galaxy for the first time since their initial first appearance. And this Marvel 2-in-1 issue 5 hit the streets on Tuesday, June 18th, 1974, with a September 1974 phony cover date. That Marvel 2-in-1 story's writer, a guy named Steve Gerber, Gerber like the baby food, Gerber baby food, I better put on my headphones in a second, liked the team enough to use them again in a comic book called Giant Size Defenders number 5. Giant Size Defenders number 5 hit the street on April 22nd, 1975. And what these comics were, these giant size editions, they first hit at the end of 1974 and in the year 1975. They weren't annuals that we talked about. They were the size of an annual, which came out every year, hence the name annual. But they were one-shots. A lot of them were reprints. Most of them had all new stuff. The most famous giant-size comic is Giant Size X-Men 1, which introduced the new X-Men team. It was the first appearance of Storm and some of the newer characters. Wolverine was in it, but his first appearance was in the Incredible Hulk 181, first full appearance, although he appeared in the very last panel of Incredible Hulk issue number 180. Those are very valuable books. I thought I'd pull Giant Size for you. I want to show that on camera real quick, that Giant Size Defenders. It's going to be here. Here it is. Listeners, I'm sorry. Sometimes I pause because I'm trying to get some visual aids for the camera. So as I said, Giant Size Defenders 5 featuring Guardians of the Galaxy hit on April 22nd, 1975. And then Steve Gerber liked the Guardians so much, he used them in the regular Defenders issues, specifically in issues number 26 through 29, which were released to the public between May 20th, 1975 and August 19th, 1975. And issue 28 introduced Starhawk, who, Adrian, Sly Stallone is playing in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And he is in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. This is not a spoiler. I am going to have some spoilers, but I'll warn you when I get to my review. But I will warn you, and they're not major spoilers. But, hold on a second. So, I want to show you 26 before I get to that. But that's Starhawk. That was the very first appearance of him, Sly Stallone's character. But there's the first Steve Gerber regular Defenders issue. It's a pretty nice copy of that. Some of these aren't worth very much. I think they will over time, but they're worth a lot to me. I like the artwork. I like the stories. I've been collecting Marvel Comics since I was 10 years old. So this is something I'm very passionate about, and I don't give a damn about the value. I mean, I do about some. I mean, it's nice to see things appreciate that you bought when you were a kid or bought for a decent price go up in thousands of dollars, but that's not my primary focus of why I collect comic books. That's why I don't grade my comics. I probably should. Grading, where's a graded book? I got one right here. Here's a 9.6. We've talked about it before. It's encased in a hard plastic shell, which supposedly will protect the comic from deteriorating for 100 years. It's like in suspended animation. And we'll get to that particular book later. I warned you, the first hour and a half is comic book talk, so I'm sure people have checked out that don't give a flip about comics, and that's okay. I want to attract the people that do for this particular edition of the Nostalgic PodBlast. So, Guardians of the Galaxy were used by Steve Gerber, as I said, in Defenders issues 26 through 29. And in each case, other heroes interacted with the Guardians of the Galaxy, such as Captain America, The Thing, obviously, in Marvel 2-in-1, The Thing's comic book spinoff of Fantastic Four, and the Defenders aid the Guardians of the Galaxy in their war against the alien race, the Badoon. That's spelled Badoon. And in that case, they necessitated the use of time travel in those stories. Now, the Badoon in the comics were a lizard-looking alien race of creatures first seen in comic books in 1968 in Silver Surfer Volume 1, Issue Number 2. And we covered the history of the Silver Surfer previously. I showed you every edition of Silver Surfer Volume 1 and the first appearance of the Silver Surfer in Fantastic Four Issue 48 from my collection. It's on YouTube or It's easier to find on YouTube. Just look up the history of the Silver Surfer, the Nostalgic PodBlast on YouTube, or just Google the Nostalgic PodBlast. It's right there. That's in the subject line. So the Guardians of the Galaxy were finally given their own comic book series in a book that had already existed for 2 issues called Marvel Presents. The first 2 issues of Marvel Presents had a character that wound up being a dud named Bloodstone. So they tried something different. They said, you know what? The Guardians of the Galaxy has gotten good response from readers that read the Defenders issues and the giant-sized Defenders 5, so let's give them a shot. And they did. In that comic book right there. Starting with issue number 3. The actual publication date of that book was Tuesday, November 25th, 1975. These issues were published every other month, or bi-monthly, if you will. The final issue of the bi-monthly book, Marvel Presents, starring the Guardians of the Galaxy, hit newsstands, ironically, on Tuesday, May 24th, 1977, a day before Star Wars blasted onto movie theater screens in limited release by 20th Century Fox. Steve Gerber, still handling the writing of this new Guardians of the Galaxy series in Marvel Presents, said, quote, most of the stories I was scripting were set in the present. I wanted to do something that combined the standard superhero elements with something a little different, so I could give my imagination a bit more play. We had artist Dave Cockrum redesign the costumes, we created a new starship for them to pilot, and we revised the premise of the ship so that they were no longer fighting the Badoon on Earth, and we sent them off amongst the stars, unquote. Steve Gerber, the writer, like Gerber baby food, left the series after 7 issues, and writer Roger Stern took over with Marvel Presents issue number 10. Let me get that for the viewer. These books are really not worth that much. Not that I care. Just so you know, these Marvel Presents, I thought they'd be worth more with the popularity of the movie characters in the movies, but since they are a little bit different than the movies, maybe that's the reason. I don't know. And maybe over time they'll go up in value, but just so you know, you can get these relatively inexpensively, and I think it'd be a wise move. Like, I'm not into comic collecting for the investing, as I've said. Maybe you are. If you are, I would get those books, because you can get them very inexpensively right now. Even the first appearance in Marvel Superheroes 18, relatively speaking, high-grade copies of that don't sell for as much as I think they should. And again, my theory is I think it's because the movies have really characters from all sorts of different comics we're about to get into in a moment. Oh, I can't wait to get to the clip so I can take a break. I've been talking nonstop. It's coffee. I'm not on drugs, folks. Our old friend Al Hardy goes, I think you own something. I said, no, it's coffee. I am on something. Caffeine's a drug. It's a legal drug, and I'm on it. Caffeine only. It's a drug-free show, sir. It's a family show. You ought to know. We both started this show back on June 15th, 2019. And now he does kind of a solo thing, and that's fine. That's fine. But he taught me a lot about technical stuff, so I'm grateful to my friend Al Hardy. But getting back on topic here, yeah, so that's the first issue written by Roger Stern. And then that book was canceled just 2 issues later. Marvel Presents, due to poor sales, with the final issue being number 12, which, as I said, hit on May 24th, 1977, a day before Star Wars hit the streets. And that was a Wednesday when Star Wars premiered. Of course, it was in limited release, and then in June 77, Star Wars was released worldwide. I hope my butt crack isn't showing on camera. Jeez, I can't tell. I can't see. I want to show you the last issue. God, please don't let my butt crack be showing. There's the last issue of that book. And I'm going to show all of these and play some music for the listener. I'm going to show all these up close and personal on camera in just a minute. And then we'll get beyond comic books, I promise. God, my damn butt crack wasn't showing. That's embarrassing as all get out. So after May 24th, 77, the Guardians of the Galaxy team made a guest appearance in Thor Annual number 6 from Tuesday, July 26th, 1977. Right here. Then, the Guardians of the Galaxy appeared in The Avengers, issues number 167 through 177. These books, Avengers issues 167 through 177, were released to the public from October 18th, 1977 until August 15th, 1978. And also the Guardians appeared after that in Avengers issue 181, which was released to readers in stores and newsstands on December 12th, 1978. Next, the Guardians of the Galaxy team appeared in comic books in the title Ms. Marvel number 23, which was that book's final issue, first sold on January 12th, 1979. We're going to talk briefly about Ms. Marvel and Captain Marvel in a little bit. Man, I thought I had that book pulled for you, too. Let me see. Awkward pause, awkward pause. Yeah, here it is. It's going to be here. So there's the final issue of Ms. Marvel. In her then new costume, which was introduced in issue 20, it was a sexier costume designed by artist Dave Cockrum, we talked about earlier. So that book hit on January 12th, 1979. Next for the Guardians crew, and we're almost done talking about this because they didn't make that many comic book appearances, really, before the movie. Not really. Not in the stuff I'm interested in. My primary collection consists of Marvel comics published between the years 1961 and 1993, 1994, but I have some comics outside of that timeline, and certainly some DC comic books and some independents, but Marvel, I'm a Marvel guy for the most part. But next up for the Guardians crew came a Spider-Man comic book series called Marvel Team Up. Like Marvel 2-in-1, Marvel Team Up starred a main character, in this case Spider-Man, with guest characters. He would team up with heroes and sometimes villains. And in this instance, it was, as you can see, any viewer out there, the Guardians of the Galaxy. They showed up in Marvel Team Up issue number 86 from July 24th, 1979. Incidentally, Marvel Team Up lasted for 150 issues before the character Spider-Man was granted another new spin-off of Amazing Spider-Man. He had another title, Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man, and then Marvel Tales, the reprint book of Amazing Spider-Man we talked about earlier, which for a while had abridged, edited reprints of Amazing Spider-Man, which sucks. But after Marvel Team Up, issue 150, a couple months later, Spider-Man was granted another new spin-off of Amazing Spider-Man, the monthly comic book series titled Web of Spider-Man, which debuted back in January 1985. Marvel Team Up began its distribution of new issues with issue 1, just so you know, back on Tuesday, December 21st, 1971, and ended that circulation of new comics titled Marvel Team Up on Tuesday, November 13th, 1984. And then it started... It started, by the way, as a bi-monthly book every other month, and then the sales were so strong, they made it a monthly series. Same with Marvel 2-in-1. And that was the case with a lot of series. By the way, Talking about how Marvel Superheroes was a springboard or a pilot, if you will, in television terms for new characters. The most successful one to come out of Marvel Superheroes' run of all new stories between issues 12 and 20 was Captain Marvel, because he got his own book right out of the gate in 1968, 1969. He was part of the big premiere 1968 issues that we talked about on the PodBlast, anyone that caught that one about a month ago or so. So back to the topic of Guardians of the Galaxy. They turned up in another team-up title, which starred the Fantastic Four's pile of living rocks. We've already talked about it. The Thing, the pile of rocks called Marvel 2-in-1. And Marvel 2-in-1, just for historical purposes here, this is a time capsule, started with its very first issue on Tuesday, October 9th, 1973, after The Thing had had two solo stories in another early 1970s comic book title called Marvel Feature, which lasted 12 issues. The Thing was in issues 11 and 12 of Marvel Feature, and sales spiked after The Thing took over that book from Ant-Man and the Defenders. That's a superhero team like the Avengers. It's just different Marvel heroes. But the Defenders, some say they started Marvel Feature 1, others say in Submariner. There's a debate in the comic book community. But the Defenders were in Marvel Feature issues 1, 2, and 3. And sales were so strong, the Defenders got their own comic book that we showed with issue 26, first appearance of Starhawk, blah, 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 and giant size Defenders 5. But they spawned from Marvel Feature. And then with issue 4 of Marvel Feature, they featured Ant-Man and the Wasp. And then they tried The Thing, and sales took off, so they said, let's give him his own title, Marvel 2-in-1, which they did. And as I said, there's only 12 issues of Marvel Feature. Collect them all. So the format of Marvel 2-in-1 starring The Thing was just like Marvel Team Up. Instead of Marvel 2-in-1, except Marvel 2-in-1 starred The Thing teaming up with a guest superhero, a supervillain each month. And I think I have that. Yeah, here it is. Here is where the Guardians next appeared in Marvel 2-in-1 issue number 61. I'm getting to the clips, folks. I promise. I promise. I promise. I just think this is kind of important, and I don't know of anyone that's done this, that's gone over the complete history of the Guardians of the Galaxy in terms of their early origins in print. So the Guardians of the Galaxy actually were also in issues 62 and 63 of Marvel 2-in-1. So they were in issues 61 through 63, which were first sold from December 4th, 1979 through February 8th, 1980. Then came Marvel 2-in-1, issue number 69 from August 5th, 1980. That was a significant issue. Let me find it. I thought I pulled it for you. Oh, let me just show you the other two covers of Guardians of the Galaxy. The next one shows Adam Warlock, who was one of the villains in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. We're going to talk about him when we get to the individual characters in the movie and where they came from in print. But here is Marvel 2-in-1 issue number 69 featuring Guardians of the Galaxy. I just have a paragraph about this to go over with you. Marvel 2-in-1 issue 69 from August 5th, 1980 drastically changed the Guardians of the Galaxy story due to changes made to the past of one of the members, the future which the Guardians of the Galaxy came from, and the mainstream Marvel universe are permanently separated, becoming alternate timelines to each other. By the way, Marvel 2-in-1 was canceled after 100 issues in favor of a new solo Thing comic book series brilliantly titled The Thing. That final Marvel 2-in-1 issue number 100 was first sold to the public on Tuesday, February 22nd, 1983, with The Thing issue number 1 debuting a month later on Tuesday, March 22nd, 1983. So after this Marvel 2-in-1 appearance by the Guardians of the Galaxy, they were absent from published stories for over a decade. In 1989, Marvel editor-in-chief Tom DeFalco revived the Guardians of the Galaxy in order to cash in on the popularity of the then-new TV series Star Trek: The Next Generation, which had begun in TV rerun syndication with a 2-hour premiere episode titled Encounter at Farpoint on Monday, September 28th, 1987. Now, obviously, the Star Trek Next Generation show was a huge hit, scoring major television ratings, and later a Williams pinball machine in 1993. Going to segue briefly here to the pinball machine. That Star Trek The Next Generation pinball machine was designed by Steve Ritchie, last name spelled Ritchie, and was released in November 1993 by Williams Electronics Company. And it was part of the Williams Super Pin series of 3 pinball machines, which were super wide. The other 2 Super Pin pinball machines of 1993 were the Twilight Zone and Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure, which I own. I have a prototype of that, which is kind of cool. It's got steel parts where the mass-produced versions had cheap plastic, or plastic, I shouldn't say cheap. For instance, there's something called the Path of Adventure, which is like a higher platform that you control with the flippers. And the railings are steel in mine, and they're red plastic in the version, even the one at Disneyland. It's been at Disneyland at the Indiana Jones roller coaster ride in the gift shop area. Disneyland had a Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure machine. And also the prototype had extra things that lit up. It's just a cool machine. It's very valuable, and it's a proud thing in my collection. So anyway, Tom DeFalco, getting back to Guardians, worked out a series concept using a new team of Guardians of the Galaxy. But when he saw a series proposal for the original team that writer and artist Jim Valentino had coincidentally been working on at the time, he greenlit Valentino's idea instead. The Guardians' first self-titled comic launched in June 1990, and it ran for 62 issues. This Guardians of the Galaxy comic book series was initially written and illustrated by Valentino, who deliberately gave it an action-oriented, fun feel that stood out from the typical grim and gritty comics of the 1990s. Though Valentino plotted the series so far ahead as issue number 50, his run was cut short when he co-founded the Image Comic Book Company. Having taken on 2 series and the foundation of a new publication company, Valentino asked editor Craig Anderson if he could switch to just writing Guardians of the Galaxy, and in response, Anderson dismissed him from the series. So that's good. With issue number 29 of Guardians of the Galaxy from August 11th, 1992, Michael Gallagher, like the comedian Gallagher with the sledgehammer and the watermelons, God bless him. I thought he was underrated. I love Gallagher. I used to watch his Showtime specials. He was witty. He didn't just smash things. He wasn't just a prop comic. He had some good social commentary, comedic material. I like Gallagher. Anyway, getting back on track here, Michael Gallagher commenced writing the new Guardians of the Galaxy title in the 1990s and continued until its cancellation with issue number 62, which hit comic book shops on May 9th, 1995. There was a spin-off 4-issue miniseries titled Galactic Guardians, which was published with 4 issues released between May 31st, 1994 and August 30th, 1994. Almost done with the history. A new ongoing series starring the original Guardians titled Guardians 3000, written by Abnett, launched in 2014, the year of the release of the first movie. About to play my first clip. I can take a break. In this new 2014 series, the Guardians are active in the 31st century in an alternate universe timeline of the multi-universe known as Earth 691. During the course of the war against the Badoon, we talked about that lizard alien race who first appeared in Silver Surfer issue number 2 from July 16th, 1968. The team gains 3 more members. The mysterious husband and wife duo Starhawk, played by Adrian Sly Stallone in the movies, introduced for the first time in Defenders issue 28. And the character Alita, spelled A-L-E-T-A, as well as Nikki, N-I-K-K-I. That's a nickname I named for my little sister Nicole when we were kids. A genetically engineered young girl from the planet Mercury, seeking excitement in her life, and travels back in time where they encounter several of the heroes of the 20th century Earth, including Captain America and The Thing. The Guardians eventually defeat the Badoon, but soon find themselves facing a new foe called Korvac, spelled with a K, K-O-R-V-A-C. Sounds like a vacuum cleaner, doesn't it? Korvac. And that guy, Korvac, first appeared in Giant-Sized Defenders issue number 3 from October 3rd, 1974. And I don't know why that book is as valuable as it is. It's not super valuable, but it sells for okay money, and I don't know why, because I don't see the appeal of Korvac. There's no rhyme or reason as to why some comic books are worth something and others aren't, but usually first appearances across the board are a good idea to pick up, because they'll escalate in value and they'll be just ridiculously priced. And I got a key first appearance that qualifies as affordable that we'll talk about later. These guys called the UFoes. So this guy Korvac was in part a creation of the Badoon, and after teaming up with the thunder god Thor to defeat Korvac in the 31st century, the Guardians of the Galaxy then follow Korvac to the 20th century mainstream Earth, where together with the Avengers, they fight a final battle. Are you taking notes? This is a lot of dates and info. This is like, I'm not like the most boring college professor ever. You're probably asleep if you're listening at all. But I think it's interesting. I know someone out there finds it interesting. It's history. And I want to document it in my time capsule, the Nostalgic PodBlast. So the Guardians of the Galaxy reappear years later and have a series of adventures in their future, with several others eventually joining the team. The Inhumans, Talon from the Inhumans, T-A-L-O-N, the Skrull replica. By the way, the Skrulls are the shapeshifters we first saw on the big screen in Captain Marvel in 2018. And in comic books, they first appeared in the Fantastic Four issue number 2, way back in November 1961. And also, in this new team was the second Yellow Jacket, alias a character named Rita Damara of the 20th century, and an aged Simon Williams, now called Hollywood Man of Wonder instead of Wonder Man. Wonder Man, that was such a ripoff of Wonder Woman for Marvel to do. Wonder Man first appeared in Avengers issue 9 back in 1964, I think. I just never cared. I never cared for that, to quote Al Hardy. I never cared for that character. But they tried to rebrand him as the Man of Wonder. Wanting to expand the Guardians of the Galaxy to a multiple team organization, Martinex eventually leaves to look for additional members for a second unit called the Galactic Guardians. Now we get to the movie and the clips and the actors. We're going to blast off a little bit away from comic books into other nostalgic topics today. Got to mention that first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, written and directed by James Gunn, was released in the USA in cinemas on Friday, August 1st, 2014. Gonna play a little bit of the original trailer. Of course, there's several trailers for these big movies, not just Marvel movies, but big summer and holiday blockbusters. You know, they always have like a first trailer, second, and a final trailer. This is one of them. I can't feature too much of the music because these music companies don't like for their music to be played without paying big bucks. So let me just play this little clip here from the first trailer, official trailer of Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy.
Star-Lord.
Who?
Well, Star-Lord, man. Legendary outlaw. Forget it.
We arrested these 5 on Xandar. Check out the rap sheets.
Drax, a.k.a. the Destroyer. Since his wife and family were killed, he's been on a rampage across the galaxy in his search for vengeance. Gamora, soldier, assassin, wanted on over a dozen counts of murder. Rocket, wanted on over 50 charges of vehicular theft and escape from lockup.
What the hell?
Groot, been traveling recently as Rocket's personal houseplant / muscle. Peter Jason Quill. He's also known as Star-Lord.
Who calls him that?
Himself, mostly. He's wanted largely on charges of minor assault, public intoxication, and fraud.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know how this machine worked. Uh-oh. Hey, that's mine. You son of a... Hey, take those headphones off right now!
They call themselves the Guardians of the Galaxy.
What a bunch of a-holes.
All right, I better cut that song because I'll get in trouble. You know the rest anyway. So, talk about a blockbuster. Listen to these numbers. That first Guardians of the Galaxy movie made $773.3 million box office bucks, bucko. But the budget was under $200 million. To be specific, $195.9 million net. But it made $773.3 million. I know a lot of you know this, but I'll be brief. The basic movie plot of the first Guardians of the Galaxy: in 1988, following his mother's death from cancer, a young Peter Quill, played by actor Chris Pratt, is abducted from Earth by a group of alien thieves and smugglers called the Ravengers, led by Yondu, who actually was one of the original characters in Marvel Superheroes number 18 from October 15th, 1968, with the bow and arrow. Yondu. And he's in the third movie, briefly, very briefly. And I want to mention he's played by Michael Rooker, who a lot of you remember from Mallrats. He played that asshole security guard at the mall, Kevin Smith's Mallrats. Funny movie. That one of Ben Affleck's first movies. God, I like that movie. Shannon Doherty's in it. Jason Lee. It's just a funny ass movie. You know it. But not to make this about me, and we'll get back to the Guardians. We're almost done. I'm going to briefly cover the first appearance of comics of the movie characters, and this is not a long thing. Trust me. We've gotten through the longest part, the history of the team, the Guardians of the Galaxy in print. But check this out. I've mentioned this before. It's not a big deal. I was shot by Michael Rooker's character in The Walking Dead, Merle Dixon, in an episode called Guts, Season 1, Episode 2. About 10 minutes into that episode. You see this character, he's a terrible racist in the beginning, and he's a meth head, or he's on coke, we don't know what, he's snorting something. And he's just shooting down zombies from a rooftop. And he shoots me, and I'm seen in a scope, big deal. But I like Michael Rooker. I've met him at conventions, talked with him, when I was there, and he's a great guy. And he played Yondu, the blue mohawked character in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and he has a redemption, as did his character in Walking Dead, Merle Dixon. Merle Dixon redeems himself and sacrifices himself, but kind of like what Yondu did in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Anyway, let me get back to the synopsis of the first movie. So Yondu and the Ravagers scoop up young Peter Quill, who's innocently listening to a mixtape that his deceased mother made of songs for his Walkman on cassette tape. In 2014, on the abandoned planet Morag, Quill steals a mysterious orb, like this round thing, but is attacked by forces of the fanatical Kree. That's an alien race first seen in comic books to readers in Fantastic Four issue number 65, from real date May 9th, 1967, and the renegade Ronan the Accuser, along with the Kree, are attacking. And they're also first appeared in Fantastic Four issue number 65. And they're led by a character named Korath, with a K, Korath, K-O-R-A-T-H, who first appeared in comics in Quasar issue number 32 from January 14th, 1992. Although Peter Quill escapes with the orb, Yondu discovers his theft and issues a bounty for his capture, while Ronan sends the assassin Gamora after the orb. And she's the green female character played by Zoe, who played Lieutenant Uhura in the Chris Pine Star Trek movies. It started, I think, in 2009. In the comic books, Peter Quill, the Star-Lord, first appeared in a magazine published by Marvel Comics called Marvel Preview, in issue number 4 of that magazine, first released on October 14th, 1975, which was written by Steve Englehart with pencil artwork by Steve Gann, G-A-N, Gann. Now, we're going to hear some interviews with the cast and writer-director James Gunn in just a moment as I highlight each main Guardians of the Galaxy movie character and where this character first appeared in the classic Marvel comic books. But before that, here is where the team appeared on screen and on a streaming special on Disney Plus in order of release after the first film of 2014 that we know, love, and just talked about. The sequel, titled Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, which introduced a character named Mantis, who's an empath and has cool powers, and is different than the comic book version, who was really villainous. And also Guardians 2 featured Kurt Russell, was released on May 5th, 2017, and was filmed in the state of Georgia in the USA, including on location in Cartersville, Georgia. The movie cost $200 million to produce, yet it earned $869 million at the box office. Let's listen to a little bit of the movie trailer to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, and then we'll get to the interviews. But I also want to cover where else they appeared. This is just very brief here. Let's see here. Yeah, boom.
So here we are. A thief, 2 thugs, an assassin, and a maniac. But we're not going to stand by as evil wipes out the galaxy. I guess we're stuck together. Partners.
Are you telling me the fate of 12 billion people is in the hands of these criminals?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I better be talking. I forgot about the music. I get in trouble with these musics on Facebook Live anyway. With the music, the bots get me.
I look around, you know what I see? Losers. But life's giving us a chance. To do what? Something good, something bad, a bit of both.
Oh, what the hell? I don't got that long a lifespan anyway.
Kind of visual. Showing Groot. All right. I better cut it right there. That song will get me nailed to the wall. So after Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, the Guardians gang appeared in part 1 of a 2-part cinematic epic in The Avengers: Infinity War, which hit movie theaters on April 27th, 2018, with a production budget of around $400 million, yet it made over $2 billion around the globe. The Guardians team next appeared exactly 1 year later, and both of those movies, Avengers movies, were filmed at the same time, by the way, in Pinewood Studios here in Georgia, Fayetteville, Georgia, on the south side of the metro area. But they appeared a year later in the April 26th, 2019 release in the multi-billion-dollar blockbuster and the second half of the Infinity War story titled Avengers Endgame. Avengers Endgame, which cost around $400 million, yet earned another 2.8 billion buckaroos. And of course, it was the #1 movie in the world in terms of the box office until, well, that's James Cameron re-released Avatar in China and reclaimed the #1 spot and re-released Endgame. I'm a Marvel guy. I have nothing against James Cameron. I like most of his movies, so I'm just I'm just saying, I'm a Marvel guy, so I'm on Team Marvel and Team Superheroes all together. I'm a geek to the end. Till I die, I'll be a geek. But I tell you what, it's almost like geeks are inheriting the earth. Although there's some geeks out there that are not so great. But we won't go there. All right, so after Avengers Endgame, the Guardians showed up in the panned by fans flick Thor: Love and Thunder, which was the fourth Thor movie in that franchise, which first appeared in cinemas in the USA back on July 8th, 2022. That movie cost $250 million to produce, but it earned that money back with plenty of bonus cash to the tune of $760.9 million worldwide. So love it or hate it, it was a hit. Big time. At the end of 2022, kicking off the holiday season on November 25th, 2022, most of the Guardians of the Galaxy crew stepped into a new dimension. A dimension of sight, of sound, and of streams on Disney Plus. And in fans' homes with the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special with special guest Kevin Bacon as himself. It had that cool credit introducing Kevin Bacon, which I thought was pretty clever. I don't know if James Gunn came up with that or whoever, but it was a throwback to the introducing credit we've talked about before, like the James Bond movie Live and Let Die introducing Jane Seymour as Solitaire. King Kong, the panned 1976 remake of the Fay Wray classic, had a credit for Jessica Lange. Introducing Jessica Lange as Dwan, D-W-A-N, not Dawn. And of course, Future Dude was in King Kong 1976, Jeff Bridges. I like that movie, but I was like 5 years old when it was released, so I don't know. I just have a different perspective. Older folks like Al and Tom Williams, Al Hardy, my sometimes co-hosts, they hate it. It just depends on where you're at in your life, I guess, and your perspective when you grew up. So anyway, the Guardians gang were in the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special, also filmed right here in Georgia with Kevin Bacon. And there's a lot of surprises and revelations in this pleasant, nostalgic tale, which also was written and directed by James Gunn, and it delivered another fine collection of familiar background songs by artists such as The Waitresses and others. That's the thing. Another staple, I don't think I've mentioned this yet. As you know, the soundtrack is always outstanding in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And it's all based on Peter Quill's Sony Walkman tape that he took into outer space, or was taken into outer space by the scavengers. And I love how that forgotten band, the 10cc, were brought back from the dead in the very first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. I'm not in love. Oh, no. Not in love. Anyway, that takes us to the final film installment of the Guardians of the Galaxy cinematic trio of movies. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 debuted in movie houses back on Cinco de Mayo on Friday, May 5th, 2023, with advanced screenings before that on May 4th, 2023. Financially, the film's opening earned the most of the franchise. And I have a little update on the box office numbers. I just got this. This is, as we're live, a little bit of breaking news. Not really. This is going to be old news real soon. This is from Variety, Variety.com. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 ignited to $282 million globally, including a better-than-expected $168 million at the international box office. Heading into the weekend, Disney's superhero tentpole was projected to collect $130 million to $140 million overseas. Thanks to positive word of mouth, estimates were revised up by Sunday. That's good news because summer movie season is only going to get more competitive as Fast X, or Fast 10, with Roman numeral X, Fast and the Furious 10, and The Little Mermaid opens later in May 2023. We're going to talk about those movies briefly later. I'm going to cover some of the big summer releases of 2023. In North America, the conclusion to Marvel's trilogy about a band of intergalactic misfits opened to $114 million, ranking as the second biggest domestic opening weekend of the year, behind Super Mario Brothers movie, which earned $146 million. Let's see here. Elsewhere, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 enjoyed the strongest start in China with $28.1 million, followed by the United Kingdom at $14.7 million, Korea with $13.6 million, Mexico with $13 million, and France with $8.2 million. The comic book film promisingly beat expectations in China, which is usually a huge territory for Marvel, but has been increasingly adverse to most Hollywood movies other than Avatar: The Way of Water. The latest Guardians of the Galaxy entry, the 32nd film in the sprawling Marvel Cinematic Universe, was especially popular in IMAX, which accounted for 25 million of global ticket sales. That marks the biggest global opening of the year for IMAX. Quote, James Gunn and our partners at Marvel and Disney leaned heavily into IMAX technology to deliver a visually stunning and emotional finale, and man, was it ever, to this iconic franchise, unquote, says IMAX CEO Rich Gelfond, Gelfond is how you spell that gentleman's last name. Quote, we expect the strong audience response to yield a long, successful run at the box office. Okay, I think I can stop there with that and move on with other things and get to the interviews with the stars. I get to my review and just we're right around the corner. I can see the finish line where I can give my review. Anyone that cares about my review, and I'm not going to be terribly long-winded with it, but we'll get to that in just a sec. I was going to read something from the New York Post. They trashed the movie. There was a critic there named Johnny Oleksinski, and that sumbitch he doesn't get it. He did not get the movie at all. And screw you, pal. The movie's a huge hit. Let's see. He gave it a really harsh review. Well, I don't need to read that because this is old data. I was going to give you some box office data from the Post, but screw that and screw them for that bad review. Now, let's talk about where these movie Guardians of the Galaxy characters came from in the comic books and print, and which writers and artists created each of them, which I will show viewers up close in a moment on camera, anyone that's watching. If you're listening at Fistful of Radio or Apple Podcasts or Podbean or TuneIn, Spotify, wherever you're listening, please go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic PodBlast, and look up History of Guardians of the Galaxy. It'll be right there. It's not a live, it'll be in videos. And if you notice, if you go there, if you click live, you'll see some of my live YouTube videos, which don't show up if you just go there. You have to click the live tab. Anyway, because I did a mini review of Guardians 3, spoiler-free, a couple nights ago. Big whoop. This is better, though. That I did that without having done much research. It was just from knowledge in my head, and it was okay, to be honest with you. Okay, so now, we've already talked about Marvel Preview, issue 4, which introduced Peter Quill, the Star-Lord, which was first sold on October 14th, 1975. And those pages were in black and white. Well, writer Steve Englehart created Star-Lord. He created the character because he wrote that, and he crafted that story that introduced Star-Lord. However, in comic book form, for the very first time in full color, just about 4 years later, Star-Lord made his star-studded debut in Marvel Spotlight, Volume 2, issue number 6. I'm going to hold it up for the camera. Oh. And I haven't checked the values. I don't know if these books have moved the needle in terms of increasing in value. In this terrible economy we're in right now, it's probably going to be stagnant for a while, but I think down the road it'll pick up. Having a sip of coffee, folks. I'm talking too much. You talk too much, man. You never shut up. Remember that song by Run DMC? You talk too much. I do. And it's the coffee. I'm not on drugs. Don't do drugs, kids. So, they sort of retooled the origin of Peter Quill and the Star-Lord. in this book, Marvel Spotlight Volume 2, Issue 6. So readers in that book, they entertained Star-Lord Peter Quill's debut in comic book form on February 26th, 1980. Here's a brief synopsis for the saga of Star-Lord. And by the way, I'm blasting off into another dimension. The original Battlestar Galactica 3-hour premiere from September 1978 was titled Saga of a Star World. So I always think of that when I see Saga of a Star-Lord. It was probably a play on that, because this was a couple years after, about a year and a half after the debut of Battlestar Galactica on ABC TV, which was up against the Emmys, and it crushed the Emmy Awards in ratings way back in 1970. I had to beg my parents. I was 7 years old. Please let me stay. It was on from 8 to 11 p.m. It was a school night. It was Sunday night. And they let me stay up. It was the first time I was allowed to stay up to watch a show, and we all loved it. Anyway, and I had that little boxy haircut. The little kid, played by a future star of The Neverending Story, Noah Hathaway, he had this little, kind of like a bowl cut. And he had that little pet, I need to get back on topic here, but he had that little pet Daggett with a D. And it was a chimpanzee playing the Daggett. It was supposed to be a robot, because in the first episode of Battlestar Galactica, the 3-hour epic, which was released theatrically to cash in on the Star Wars movie craze, and it did pretty well in Canada and other markets, his real-life dog, which was a Daggett, that was the breed of dog, was killed, sadly. Anyway, I thought that was so sad back then, but nothing like what we saw in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I cried. We'll get to it in a minute. I did. I admit it. I did. But let me get to this here. Get back on track with what I prepared for you now. Oh, so this book, Saga of Star-Lord from Marvel Spotlight Volume 2, because there was another series, Marvel Spotlight, before that, which was another springboard, like Marvel Superheroes, that introduced new characters, including the Ghost Rider, the Flaming Skull, not the Western Ghost Rider, but the Johnny Blaze character. He was introduced in Marvel Spotlight issue 5. Issue 2 of Marvel Spotlight introduced Werewolf by Night. Anyway, I could go on and on and on, and one day I'll do another show about the first appearances of key characters rather. But the synopsis of Saga of Star-Lord Star-Lord returns to the Master of the Sun just as the aliens that killed his mother are about to take him away for crimes against their people. Star-Lord fights the aliens back, but the Master turns down his help and agrees to go with the attackers, revealing himself to be Ragnar, the greatest of their scientists. He leaves his creation, Star-Lord, to accomplish the good he hoped to bring to the universe. Some brief notes. This story serves mostly as a recap of Star-Lord's origins from the Master of the Sun's perspective, who created him or augmented Peter Quill. However, it does include some new information about the pasts of Meredith Quill, Peter Quill, Ship, and the Master of the Sun. These Marvel Spotlight installments, which were Star-Lord's first appearance in traditional comic book format, serve to consolidate the separate but complementary origin stories from his 2 appearances in Marvel Preview magazine. I didn't mention he also was in another issue of Marvel Preview, not just issue 4, which introduced him. They brought him back in a later issue. In February 1982, I'm not going to show this on camera, a color reprint of the black and white Star-Lord story from Marvel Preview 11, but this time in full color, was published for the first time in color, with a new framing sequence by X-Men writer Chris Claremont and artist Michael Golden. There were other Star-Lord appearances in comics decades after that, but we must move along. So here comes our first interview clip with James Gunn and Chris Pratt. But let's quickly break down the first comic book appearance of the rest of the main characters of Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy. And this, I promise, is brief in the movies. And then I'll review the final movie in the original trilogy, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, directed by James Gunn. And I'll show some comics. This clip's only, I think it's a couple minutes long, but let me just play this here. I think I have it right here for you. And I'll show some of these comics on camera. Here we go.
Okay. Although I'm very stupid.
Let's start with the questions first, James, because
all right.
I loved
Guardians 3. I was not ready emotionally for this movie. I think it's the perfect bookend to this trilogy. And I know you have a soft spot for Rocket. Why was it so important for you to tell his story in this third installment?
I think it was just always leading to that. So I think that, we started out in the first movie, and my way into the first movie was to delve into, mentally into Rocket's backstory. Where did he come from that he's in the first movie? He's flying around with this tree. And that backstory is the story that we depict in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. So I always knew we were going to reveal that as we went along, just like we revealed, your father in the second movie, which was also something that was thought of during the first movie.
Chris, Peter's relationship with the other Guardians has grown, especially after the loss of Gamora and gaining a sister. Can you talk to me about the relationship with Star-Lord and the rest of his team now?
The loss of Gamora really reverberated through the Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's left Peter Quill in a pretty rough spot. And so because he's not present, he's not being the leader that he should be, that actually opens the Guardians up to vulnerability. And that's what ultimately he spends the rest of the movie trying to make it up for and feeling pretty bad about it. So his relationship has evolved and it's continued to evolve, but at this point, all of his Guardians are being very understanding and very compassionate towards his plight and really kind of carrying him along, literally carrying him along.
James, the MCU, you kind of set up this whole galaxy universe of the MCU. Can you talk to me about what you've learned from kind of setting up this pocket in this corner of the MCU and completing this trilogy that you'll take with you on future projects?
I mean, I learned so much. I don't even know where to begin. I learned so much about directing these three movies. I learned so much about storytelling in terms of what works and what doesn't work over these three movies. I've learned so much about working with actors, really difficult actors like Chris Pratt, and how you have to manage them because of their egos and, the fact that they won't.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
I forgot you were here.
Oh my God.
I'm really embarrassed. I just learned a lot. I learned a lot from Kevin Feige about how you just, you don't give up on a movie. You just keep pushing it, no matter what. Like you can't give up on something, even if it's not the greatest movie. You got to make it better. The lessons are
just, don't give up on the answer. Make it better.
What?
Don't give up on your answer. You should make it better.
That was as good as an answer could be. That will be quoted for ages.
every news outlet in the world.
Oh my God. Is it the phlegm you drank earlier?
I know. I'm so embarrassed by my phlegm drinking habit.
Yeah. Chris, what's been the most impactful part about playing Peter Quill for you?
Probably the fact that I can put a smile on a kid's face just by walking into a room and them seeing me. And that can be for kids who are really facing some serious scenarios in their lives. They could be, that to me has been has had the most impact on me. It's what has made me just stop in my tracks and throw all the snark aside and just really be moved. And so probably that, working with organizations like Make-A-Wish Foundation and Ronald McDonald House and the various children's hospitals, just to be able to, I'm a dad, I have a kid, I simply cannot imagine what these parents are going through with some of these scenarios with these kids, and to just give them 15 minutes, 20 minutes of reprieve has been very impactful.
James, question for you. If now that it's all said and done, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is just around the corner for everyone to see it, is there a scene in any of the other Guardians movies that you'd like to do again, like reshoot again at all? Or one that was more difficult and you figured out a way to do it better in your course of doing the Guardians 3?
I think Volume 2 shot better than Volume 1 in terms of the camera work. I think Volume 3 is shot, better than Volume 2 in terms of the camera work. So there's always camera work that I would change. I've gotten much better with the camera as time has gone on. And not only that, but the technology's gotten better. So the cameras that I use, like the things that I used to want to do, I wasn't able to do. I also had less time on the first movie. So, you had to move a little bit faster. It was not the most expensive of the Marvel movies. And so, I had to move faster, get more shots done in a day. And my DP Henry now moves really fast. So there's always things, but listen, I don't want to put in the work hours. You bring up, hey, what would you like to reshoot? And I go, good God, I got to go reshoot something. I don't want to, you're making me work now. I don't want to do it. That's fine. Believe me, it could be better, but I'll live with it. It's okay. I got to go make another movie.
Remember the first movie you had to shoot every shot free of actors, full plates of everything?
We did that on the second movie too. And on the third movie, I said, I am not doing that junk no more.
Yeah.
I said, I'm done taking that. When you get done, when you can shoot a plate after every single shot, we still do it after important shots, right? You shoot an empty plate. But when you shoot an empty plate after every single shot, at the end of the schedule, it's like a day of shooting that we could have had. I'm like, I'll just, like, if we really need something, we'll go back and shoot it, and it'll take less time than this extra day of shooting from shooting the plates. I hate that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of inside baseball. Anyone that's a movie producer or anyone that's made movies, I know a lot of you have. There's a lot of independent movie makers out there. I think that's kind of cool. But we're going to move on to some other characters. I thought that was a great interview. By the way, I want to thank David. He just commented. I hope he lets me mention his name. David Kolf, K-O-L-F. He commented, I knew I had all of the Guardians issues from the 1960s to the 1980s, but I wasn't sure about the history of the group. Thanks for this overview. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you're out there watching and listening. Appreciate it very much. Anyone else that wants to talk about the movie, I'm going to do my review in just a moment. Please wait until I do if you've seen it. I really want to hear what you thought. I think my buddy Jeff Logan is probably in the theater right now. It's his day off with his wife, maybe with his son. I don't know where his son Zach is at. But anyway, let me get back on track here. I thought that was a really interesting interview. But, oh, that was by Screen Rant. I got to give credit where credit's due, as I will with all these clips. So thanks to Screen Rant for letting me use that interview clip. Next up, Gamora, the movie character played by, of course, Zoe Saldana, who was Uhura in the more modern original Star Trek universe films. Gamora, the green alien woman, was created by writer and artist Jim Starlin. And she first appeared in a comic book titled Strange Tales, issue 180. Strange Tales goes back to the 1960s. It was another monster book that Marvel put out before it turned to being a superhero title. And Doctor Strange was introduced in Strange Tales back in the 1960s. It eventually became a Doctor Strange title with issue 169, and then they continued it as Strange Tales in the 70s with 169. Anyway, that's issue 180, which introduced Gamora, and she's an orphan from an alien world who seeks redemption for her past crimes. She was trained by Thanos, the villain in Endgame and Infinity War, to be his personal assassin. The character first appeared, as I said, in comic book form in Strange Tales issue number 180 that's on camera right now. It originally hit the street on March 25th, 1975, but the character was unnamed in that story. We just saw her. Let's listen to, this is a quick 1.5-minute clip of Zoe Saldana talking about, and this is from the beginning. This is from around the time when she's promoting the very first film. This is a pretty interesting clip I found. Let me find, where are you, my little friend? Ah, there you are. Come on, play now. Play. And I'm going to get later, my little pet bunny rabbit's going to make a cameo in this edition of the PodBlast on camera. And bunny rabbits don't like to be held, so I'm hoping nothing goes wrong, and I don't want to upset her. I think she'll be cool, though. Hang on a second. I can't get this clip to play all of a sudden. Here's Zoe. Here we go. God dang it. What did I do? I did something to my board. I got a stall. Oh, damn it. God dang it. Hang on. Bear with me.
Zoe, Kermit the Frog once famously saying that it's not easy being green. How did you find it?
Let me tell you something. When you think of things that are sexy, they're usually in pink or black or white or red. They're not in green. We don't even like vegetables. Half of us don't even eat vegetables, and they're green. So we started out with a very tough position, and I've never approached a character on a superficial level in terms of like, make your tits bigger and make the jeans tighter around the butt. And this time, you should have been in the wardrobe room when I was having a fitting. I was like, no, Alex, you just pad them up more. Like, you just make them like there, like out here. And the ass, get that wedgie just perfect. I was really concerned because I thought, if my character has to bring all the fanboys and find it appealing, we like things that are aesthetically beautiful, especially if it comes in a form of a woman. And, green are Martians, swamp things are green, boogers are green. It's like, so I was adamant about finding that right shade.
There you have it. And where was that clip from? That's from Red Carpet News TV. Thank you for that. Let's move on to another character. Oh, and you saw her origin in Avengers Infinity War. So what's cool is a little tease for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I'm sure most of you know this by now. We see the origin of Rocket Raccoon. But now we've seen the origin, as of this new movie, of all of the main characters. Let's move on to Drax the Destroyer, played by former wrestler Dave Bautista. The character of Drax the Destroyer was also created by Jim Starlin and Mike Frederick, writers of Iron Man issue number 55, which is a major key comic book because it's also the first appearance of Thanos and the characters, the Blood Brothers. In my little live video, I called them the Brothers Grimm. Those are characters from the Spider-Woman comic book. I got a little confused, but it's the Blood Brothers. Let me... Here it is. I want to show on camera. Iron Man issue 55. It's a pretty valuable comic book. And that's the first appearance of Drax. And again, the characters are a little bit different in print versus the film. You've got to adapt for the big screen audience. You got to make changes. But Drax the Destroyer, originally in print, he's a warrior who seeks to avenge his family's death at the hands of Ronan, who was introduced in Fantastic Four issue 65. On relating to the character, Dave Bautista said, quote, "I can just relate to Drax so much, it's not even funny. Just the simple things that we have in common. Simple things like the tattoos, the tragedy, because, I had a bit of tragedy in my life as well. So it's really easy for me to pull from that," unquote. Bautista also said that there was, quote, "a lot of comic relief to Drax," unquote. But the character was not aware of it. That's what makes it funny. Bautista stated that he did not do much preparation for the role because, quote, "luckily for me, I'm a lifelong athlete and I adapted real quick," unquote. Bautista's makeup took approximately 4 hours to apply, though it could be removed in just an hour and a half. Drax has various scarring patterns on his body, which replace the simple tattoos from the comics, each having a specific story. Additionally, his skin tone was changed from the bright green in the comics to a muddier gray to avoid visual similarities to the Incredible Hulk. And that first appearance of Drax the Destroyer in Iron Man issue number 55 first was published and released to the public on Halloween Day, 1972, back on Tuesday, October 31st, 1972. Now let's listen from Dave himself, and then the next we're going to feature is Rocket Raccoon and Bradley Cooper. This is Dave Bautista. If I can, yeah, here it is. Boom. Oh, not again. I had it all queued up.
Hope you're ready. It'll be here any minute. Is that a rifle?
You don't know what a rifle looks like?
It's just swords were your thing and guns were mine. But I guess we're both doing guns now. I just didn't know that.
Well, that's intense.
I had this all queued up beyond that. Forgive me. Doing this live by myself is a bear sometimes. I better get past this. Some of these songs get me in trouble. Trouble. Okay, let me get right to the start of the interview. And by the way, I didn't mention, this is from Black Tree TV. Thank you for the use of this clip, Black Tree TV on YouTube.
Jamal Finkley, Black Tree TV. So here we are again, man. I really just smile when I look at your career, because I think back, it was like 15 years ago when you first made that debut on WCW. I mean, I know you was in Ohio Valley before, and now like 5 years ago we see you in a film, and now you headlining these big Guardian of the Galaxy movies, and your character is just growing and even spilling into Infinity War. How does it feel when you look at was kind of like a short period of time where you went from there to here and had all this success in multiple?
It feels good. It feels really good, and I think a lot of people don't really realize under what conditions I left wrestling, but there wasn't easy conditions. It was hard for me to leave behind, but I left because I was really limited as far as my opportunities within the company, and when you're with the company, you can't do stuff outside the company, and so it was hard for me to leave. But I gave my notice and I left, and I barely worked for 3 years, and so Guardians is when I finally landed Guardians, it was just a big sigh of relief, because I really took a chance on myself leaving the company and a lucrative career. I left it when I was on top of wrestling. Yeah. So it was a bit risky, but landing Guardians just, opened up whole new doors for me, and it actually, even more than it changed my career, it just changed my life.
And I know you started from humble beginnings and left home at a young age and all of that. So you had a lot of success in wrestling, but when you had this 3 years of not working, did you think you was secure enough to keep it on, or were you second guessing that decision at that time? Or?
No, I never second guessed that decision, but it was scary, because I had finally come to a point in my life, and it was later. I started, much later in my life. I didn't even go into wrestling until I was 30, and so I'd really obtained, a huge amount of success in wrestling. So it was scary leaving, but I never second guessed it, because I've always been the type of person to follow my heart. I do what I think is right. I do, and I believe in myself. So it was scary, but at the same time, I always kept in the back of my head is, I know how to be poor. I've been poor my whole life. So it wasn't terrifying. If I went back to my humble beginnings, I was okay with that. But at the same time, I'm a dreamer just like everybody else, man. So I just wanted, I wanted to succeed. I wanted to chase my dreams. I want my life to mean something.
This is weird. We've got a sovereign fleet approaching from the rear.
Why would they do that?
Probably because Rocket stole some of their batteries.
Dude!
Right. He didn't steal some of those. I don't know why they're after us. What a mystery this is.
What were you thinking?
Dude, they were really easy to steal.
That's your defense?
Come on! You saw how that high priestess talked down to us. Now I'm teaching her a lesson.
Oh, I didn't realize
she's back in the new movie, too.
Motivation was altruism. It's really a shame the Sovereign have mistaken your intentions and are trying to kill us.
Exactly.
I was being sarcastic.
Oh, no, you're supposed to use a sarcastic voice. Now I look foolish.
Can we put the bickering on hold until after we survive this massive space battle?
More incoming. Good. I'm gonna kill some guys.
That sounds like me. Last time, I said, I'm going to kill this bee. When someone called in, was I think intentionally trying to interfere with my show. Someone I know... I won't go there. I regret saying that, because out of context saying I'm going to kill this bee, that's not good. Anyway, anyone that was watching on camera, I just held up my pet bunny rabbit baby, who was a rescue I found while out for a walk. And I just want to briefly say, getting off topic here, that bunnies do not generally like to be held because they're prey animals, but she was pretty good. But I put her back in her, I have a whole little wing for her in a cage area. I put her back in there. I didn't want to freak her out, but she was being really good, so I gave her a little treat there. But that leads us to, and that's Dave Bautista. That's the segue into Rocket Raccoon, played by Bradley Cooper. Rocket Raccoon, I got to find the comic book. First appeared also in a magazine form first, like Star-Lord Peter Quill did in Marvel Preview. And he was in the same magazine, Marvel Preview issue 7, which hit the streets on July 13th, 1976, in the backup feature titled The Sword and the Star, under the name of Rocky. Instead of Rocket Raccoon, he was Rocky. I guess the movie had just come out with Sylvester Stallone, Yo, Adrian, again. Maybe that's why Bill Mantlo chose the name Rocky. I don't know. But he was just referred to as Rocky, and it was in black and white. In that little story, The Sword in the Star, Marvel Preview number 7. He next would appear for the very first time in comic book form, and the first time in color, in The Incredible Hulk issue number 271. Ah, here you are, my little friend. For the camera, for those watching. And this actually was the 20th anniversary issue of The Incredible Hulk. In February 1962, The Incredible Hulk made his debut in The Incredible Hulk issue number 1. He was gray in the first issue only, although in the 80s they brought back the gray Hulk. It's another matter. But there's Rocket Raccoon's first appearance. And that book is, I think it's affordable still. I have 2 copies. I have one that I got when I was 11 years old, right off the rack at the Stop and Go, Marietta, Georgia, which is right here. And that's a direct edition. Note this, the direct edition doesn't have a UPC symbol, Universal Product Code, which is a barcode for scanning for easy checkout. Those were added to comic books in 1976. I'll talk about that briefly later on in the show. I mean, literally, it's just a paragraph. It'll take maybe 5 seconds for me to explain this and show you the first barcode comic book. But see how there's artwork? What I don't like about the UPC is it covers up part of the cover. But it is what it is, and Marvel was growing, and so it was a necessary evil for easy and fast checkout. But this is the copy, my red copy I read when I was 11. I just loved the story. I loved Rocket Raccoon. And in the new movie, we learn why he can talk. Why can this raccoon speak English and do the things that he does, we find out. But anyway, getting to this comic book really quickly. This first hit on February 9th, 1982, and it also was written by writer Bill Mantlo, but the Hulk issue had artwork by a different artist, Sal Buscema, brother of Big John Buscema. And this is where we learned that Rocky is short for Rocket. Rocket Raccoon is a genetically engineered raccoon and a bounty hunter, a mercenary, and a master of weapons and battle tactics. James Gunn worked with live raccoons, real raccoons, excuse me, to get the correct feel for the character, describing Rocket in relation to the rest of the Guardians. Bradley Cooper said, quote, "I think Rocket is dynamic. He's a sort of Joe Pesci and Goodfellas guy," unquote. Bradley Cooper, of course, voiced Rocket, while Sean Gunn, James Gunn's younger brother, who actually plays a character, the prototype of Yondu with the arrow, with the southern accent, he's really entertaining and funny in the movies. We saw him in the second movie. But Sean Gunn, going back to the beginning, he stood in for the character of Rocket Raccoon during filming. James Gunn said that for the role of Rocket, some physical movements from Cooper, including facial expressions and hand movements, were recorded as potential references for the animators, the digital artwork team, though much of Sean Gunn's acting is used throughout the film. Sean noted that they kind of stumbled into the process of him performing on set since they, quote, weren't sure how we were going to create that character, unquote. Time process continued to be used for all subsequent appearances of Rocket Raccoon. Before Cooper was cast, James Gunn said it was a challenge finding a voice for Rocket. He was looking for someone who could balance the, quote, the fast-talking speech patterns that Rocket has, but can also be funny, because he is really funny, but also has the heart that Rocket has, because there are actually some pretty dramatic scenes with Rocket. Now, here's a recent interview with Bradley Cooper talking about Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Let's see how long this clip is, and then we'll move on to I Am Groot. That'll be the next character that we feature here and show the first comic book appearance. So, here it is. And this is courtesy.
I feel like I never get to talk to you about.
This is courtesy of Entertainment Tonight. This is their exclusive video clip from their YouTube channel, so I hope this is cool. I'm just going to play the audio of it, a portion of it. Let's see. This is 3 minutes. I guess I'll play most of it. It's a 3-minute clip, but here's Bradley Cooper talking about watching Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, the finished product.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Most of the, if I ever sign stuff, it's usually Rocket.
Is that the role you get approached about the most?
Oh yeah, by far.
How did you find the voice? Like, I always am like, that's Bradley Cooper, and I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I mean, I just created it with James. We worked on it. I had like a bunch of ideas, and we sort of landed. You know, it was fun. It was kind of crazy that process. But once we landed on it, it felt right. And then it was like, it was sort of, that was it. We were off to the races.
And James always talks about how Rocket's his favorite character. Rocket is really the main character of the Guardians trilogy. So what can you tease about this movie, which seems like I'm going to be in a puddle of tears?
Well, you know, he did talk to me about that initially too, that he felt he had this sort of end game for Rocket and us learning about his origin, and you never know if that's actually going to happen.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, we get to this third script, and I read it, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what he talked about. And it was, the emotional is the right word. You know, I watched a cut of it a while ago, and I cried pretty hard. I mean, it's pretty hardcore, Little Rocket. He went through a lot. Dude, he went through a lot, yeah.
Like, oh, I just want to help him.
That's the least of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
This has been described as one last ride, so is this your final time playing Rocket Raccoon, do you think?
I go wherever James tells me. Yeah.
He's got a big thing going on over with DC. Do you have your eye on any characters or directing that you'd like to do over there?
No, but like, I just think he's incredible. I love Peacemaker. I love that series he did. I thought that was incredible. Like, blew me away. And I just think he's, you know, as I said, I'm just glad he's working, making movies and television.
I'm trying to learn the Peacemaker opening sequence.
The dance?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's incredible. Isn't that, it shows, did you watch the whole thing?
Yes, I loved it.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
John Cena is incredible.
And that vigilante character?
Oh, dude.
So
Insane.
funny. So
yeah,
funny.
yeah. That show's nuts. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
I'd love to see you over there.
Yeah. Over there.
Yeah, we gotta see this beautiful face in front of the camera.
Yeah.
I love it. So you said people come up to you the most and talk about Rocket.
Don't talk about Rocket, just ask me the
Oh,
size.
where does Rocket rank for you out of all the characters you've played? You've stayed with that character for a while.
I don't know, but I love him.
But yeah, it's got to be something special for something you embody for so long.
That's the thing, to be able to like have him evolve, and yeah, it's nuts. And to play him, you know, because I recorded all after they shoot it, and I've been in various places around the world, and I think back, like James and I have worked together in so many crazy locations.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really kind of amazing.
That's amazing. Bradley, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to Entertainment Tonight for the use of that clip. Next up is Vin Diesel as I am Groot. I could not even try. I don't even why even bother trying to do an impression of that great voice. Let me get it queued up, though.
I feel like.
Yeah. I want to talk about the comic book. Oh, let me get it for the camera, too. This is the eldest character in terms of how long ago he first appeared in comic books. And then we're going to feature the newest, the eldest, and then the newest. Here's the eldest from 1960. This is not the original copy. I don't have it because I collect 1961 to 1993 with some exceptions. And that fell into 1960, and it's a monster book. Now, friend of the show, Danny Cochran, whom I've known since I was like 11 years old, he always collected the monster books. I call them Danny books. And he told me, get the reprint of this because that'll be the next thing that will get to be very, very pricey. And this is from 1970 that's on camera. But let me get back to the origin of Groot briefly. He appeared in Tales to Astonish, we talked about earlier today, which originally was a monster comic before it featured superheroes, primarily, you know, introduced Ant-Man, and then it featured the Incredible Hulk, Submariner, blah, blah, blah. It was half and half. Or sometimes in the early ones, it had several stories. But it was a single-sized issue. But Tales to Astonish issue 13 from way back on June 27th, 1960 is where we first saw Groot. Before my time. It's where the world was introduced to Groot, who was a monster. A monster from Planet X. This reprint that you see on camera, that's the Where Monsters Dwell issue 6, was reprinted and published and distributed in August of 1970. But the next all-new appearance of Groot in comic book form was 16 years later in the Incredible Hulk Annual number 5 from July 13th, 1976. And the Hulk destroyed Groot. He like punched him and he turned into a bunch of splinters. He just destroyed Groot. And again, back in 76, Groot, again, was a monster. He wasn't the lovable character that James Gunn adapted for the silver screen. Of course, he's a tree-like humanoid, and he's the accomplice of Rocket in the movies. Vin Diesel stated that he provided the voice and the motion capture for Groot after originally being in talks to star in a new Phase 3 Marvel film. Vin Diesel also provided Groot's voice for several foreign language releases of the film. Christian Godwowski portrayed the character on set. Though his acting, and it's spelled with a K, it's interesting spelling of Christian, Krystian, Christian Godlewski, Godlewski. Christian Godlewski provided the character on set, though his acting was not used in the final character's CGI computer-generated imagery. On the character, which Gunn based on his dog, just like George Lucas named Indiana Jones after his dog Indiana, the character, James Gunn said, quote, "All the Guardians start out the movie as bastards, except Groot. He's an innocent. He's 100% deadly and 100% sweet. He's caught up in Rocket's life. Really," unquote. Gunn added the design and movement of Groot took, quote, "the better part of a year to create." Now let's listen to Vin Diesel in his own words talking about voicing Groot and performing Groot. I am Groot.
I was so impressed by Marvel in the way that they executed this character. I was just saying, I feel like the execution of this character has gone further than any comic book iteration of it. And just by seeing the maquette, you see that this is a real live, breathing character with a lot of dimension. You really get the sense that these are misfits in the way that we all are. And the way that they come together is the way that we all want to come together with people, and we all want to relate. And simple concepts like friendship and friends. He's a guy that starts in this movie with, in essence, the quintessential best friendship, with his relationship with Rocket, that's complex. And it's interesting how in this movie, even with his best friend, he's learning things about him. You can see his enthusiasm about taking this film and going beyond expectations. It's amazing how successful the Marvel Universe has been, and to see someone like James that is committed to trying to break the mold is inspiring and always a blessing as an artist to work with. Initially, I hadn't heard much about the character of Groot, and Marvel had sent over a book of conceptual art and said, we have this really, really interesting and great idea, and we want you to take a look at it. And they sent over the book of conceptual art, a big book, and I am coming home after being at the office, and I go to see my kids, and I open up the book to the double truck image, and I say to the kids, what character do you think they want Daddy to play? And I expected, the cool gun character or the big muscle character. They chose the tree. They immediately pointed at the tree. And I thought there was something interesting about that. I thought that this character has the potential to touch people in a way, to reach people in a way that none of the other characters I've ever played before have. I'm lucky because there is such a great ensemble cast. The actors in the movie, the acting in the movie, the portrayal of characters is so fun that it was kind of, in some ways easy for me to play off of what I was watching on screen. I had the luxury of being able to see their performances and reactions, and I was able to either answer their performance or set up their performance. And really interesting experience. It's a really interesting experience, and I'm really kind of so grateful that so many minds, so many great creative minds came together to work on a character. I've always fantasized about learning every single language in the world and bringing the intonations and nuances to each territory, to every theater in the world. That's our fantasy, right? If you're going to go and see a movie that I've made in any theater, you will feel what I hope to bring to that experience. We have people, language coaches from all over the world that have been in the booth via phone, satelliting from Russia, from China, from Brazil, from France, from Mexico, and they're all kind of listening to every single take, and they're hearing how precious we are about every single take. And there's a certain process because you want to learn the correct way to pronunciate something, like the correct way to pronounce in whatever language, I am Groot or whatever, and then you want to kind of dirty it up without losing the translation. So you want to kind of, there's the second part of it. Once you know how to say it, how do you beat up the line to allow the line to accommodate each specific scene?
There you go. So that was courtesy of the YouTube channel Joe Blow Superheroes, and Joe Blow is spelled differently than you would think. It's all one word, spelled Joblo Superheroes. So thanks for the use of that clip. And you can see Vin Diesel, of course, in Fast and the Furious 10, which will be released this summer. It's already out now. By the time you're hearing or watching this, it's already out. It's probably come and gone by now. Now, here's the final two characters, the ladies. And I have a combo interview with them. Let me get this ready to roll so there's no stumbling and bumbling. Okay. So, Karen Gillan is Nebula. That was the most recent of the main movie characters introduced in comic book form. And that character came about in Avengers issue number 257. Let me get that on camera. There we are. And that book, Avengers 257, first hit the street back on Tuesday, April 9th, 1985. Character was created by writer Roger Stern and artist Big John Buscema, the brother of Sal Buscema we talked about earlier. A member of the Guardians and a former Avenger, and Gamora's adoptive sister, who, similarly to her, was trained by their adoptive father Thanos to be his personal assassin. Karen believed Nebula was developing into a, quote, slightly different person, unquote, with more levity as she starts to heal psychologically following the death of Thanos, played by Brolin, the son of actor James Brolin. Josh Brolin's his name. And Thanos was the source of her abuse and torment. And Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 fulfills a character arc for the character writer and director James Gunn envisioned when starting work on Guardians of the Galaxy, which was released, the original, in 2014, filmed in 2013. Going from a minor villain to a member of the Guardians, that's what finally comes full circle for the character. And I have a combo clip of her and the actress who plays Mantis. Mantis was created by writer Steve Englehart and was first pencil drawn by artist Don Heck, who primarily was an inker in the early days of Marvel. And Mantis was a different character in interpretation, was more villainous. First seen in Avengers issue number 112 from Tuesday, March 20th, 1973. And I'm going to put that on camera right now. Where are you, my little friend? And then I'll show you her first cover appearance, which was 2 issues later in Avengers number 114, because you don't really see her that good. That is the first appearance, though, if you're out hunting, if you're at a comic book show, or if you're looking online or at a comic book shop, brick and mortar, look for that book. So, of course, Palm, I got to struggle to pronounce her last name correctly, Palm Klemneff. No. Is the T silent? No. I'm sound like such a fool. Palm, spelled Klementief. Palm Klementief. I did research this, and it says Klemnief. Palm Klemnief. I guess the T silent. Well, if I'm wrong, this is what the research I found. Palm Klemnief played Mantis, and she's a member of the Guardians, introduced in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 in cinemas, and she has empathetic powers, cool powers, and she's Quill's half-sister, which we learned in Guardians of the Galaxy, the holiday special on Disney+. And now let's listen to this combo interview, and I'll show you Mantis's first cover appearance on Avengers 114 as this rolls. And then we're going to briefly talk about some other characters in the trilogy film, like Ego the Living Planet and Adam Warlock, who is in the current movie. We first saw him in cocoon form at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 in a bonus scene during the end credits. But we finally see him in Volume 3, which is out now. But let's listen to this combo interview with both actresses talking about their characters. And this is promoting Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, meaning it's a current interview. And this also comes from Screen Rant Plus.
Me neither.
This is like the perfect bookend to this trilogy. I think James did such a fantastic job of telling the story about found family. An incredible job. This question's for both of you. Mantis and Nebula have suffered a huge trauma from their fathers, but have handled it very differently. What has been that journey of healing for both of your characters?
For Nebula, we've really seen her go on a journey of healing. Like in the first film, she was very sort of bitter and tormented, and then gradually she's evolving and developing compassion and forming a relationship with her sister Gamora. And so in this movie, we're starting to see her actually be able to help other people heal, which is a really important stage of the healing process. So that's quite nice to see.
I mean, by being an empath, you know, the beautiful message also is that you can heal through love and through connecting with others. And, you know, as you said, the chosen family, you know, which is a very important theme and a beautiful message. Yeah.
You know, what have your characters learned from each other?
I mean, the dynamic between both of the characters is like so different than our dynamic in real life, because we're like
such really good friends.
Amazing friends who never argue. And
all
in
they
the
do
movie,
is
we're just
argue.
like, you know?
Yeah.
It's like sisters.
Truly, yeah. I think Nebula's learned empathy from Mantis. I think that she probably didn't have much of that because she's been too wrapped up in self-defense mode.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think like Mantis also tells Nebula things that she needs to hear too.
Yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Karen, Nebula lost a version of Gamora, but has gained a new one. How is she handling that loss? And can you talk to me about their new relationship dynamic?
They have a really interesting dynamic now. Like, even the way they greet each other is kind of hilarious. I won't give anything away, but they're kind of like... They've switched places in a way. Like, Nebula is now the more compassionate, evolved one, and Gamora is the, you know, crazy, badass one who's willing to kill anyone to do what she needs to do. So, like, yeah, it's really interesting to see that dynamic play out. But they're still sisters. I think, like, no matter what, they still care about each other deeply.
Absolutely. Now, how has Mantis evolved since joining the Guardians of the Galaxy and telling Peter that she's his sister?
She gained in self-confidence for sure. She's kind of like the glue that keeps the Guardians together, you know, by being an empath and by caring for each other, for the others. And also she, you know, she gets to kick ass. She evolves, you know, she's unapologetic. She stands up for herself. I mean, there's like so many new things that you see in Mantis, you know?
We both get to see your characters as fully part of the Guardians this time around. What's your favorite dynamic with one of the other Guardians that you guys get to play with?
I mean, it was like fun to play.
Yeah.
To finally have scenes together. Because
Yeah.
we didn't
It was
have
Nebula and Mantis.
We
for
didn't really
me.
have scenes before.
Yeah.
Even in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, we're like not really interacting with each other.
It's true.
Not that much.
Oh, I didn't
So it was
even
like
realize
really,
that.
Yeah, it was like really nice to get to do that and to
And he
get
gave
to do
us-
these like fiery scenes where we get mad and
we got to improvise a bunch. Like he gave us a lot of freedom to just come up with lines and shout at each other and just call each other names.
And it was fun to see also the funny side of Karen because she's so funny and to bring that to Nebula even more. It was amazing.
Now, Karen, Nebula has such a great redemption arc. Absolutely, and has such a found family with her world now. What's been the most surprising part of her journey for you?
I mean, she's just been so interesting to me this whole time. I think it's probably this version of her. Right. And finding that funnier, lighter side of her that I didn't know was in there almost. Like, it's just been like a really unexpected turn, but it's also really fun to find a new way to play the character and keep it fresh and see her develop a little bit more of a personality that maybe was suppressed because of her traumatic upbringing.
I love Mantis. I like her superpower is amazing to me. It really is emotions, not within the fight, also within the fights, but also within the team. Can you talk to me about why that's so important to show that side of being a superhero?
I mean, that's beautiful, you know? It's so important to have empathy, and there's a lot of people in this world that lack empathy, you know, and it's beautiful to show that side of you know, in superhero movies too, because you see a lot of also female characters who are strong and badass and confident, which is great. But you know, it's nice to show also another side that is also softer and more caring. So, and also she's super weird, which is so funny to do and I think funny to watch as well. You know, it brings a lot of comedy, which is cool to do also as an actress, you know? Now, it's not just a guy who's funny, you know?
Right.
It's like, it's both, you know?
Absolutely. Now, this is the final chapter of James Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy, and it really has felt like almost like a comic book story arc where he got to write his trilogy. Can you talk to me about what the vibe was on set, knowing that this was going to be the final Guardians?
I mean, we were not thinking about that all the time, thank God.
Yeah.
We started the movie really so excited to be back together. Such a beautiful script. Like so happy to be back.
Yeah, but then we shot for 6 months, so we weren't necessarily feeling like it was the end. But then
it was like more towards the end that it started dawning on us.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and so it felt like a little bit sad for sure.
In the trailer, we kind of get this tease with Peter and Nebula kind of shipping them together. What would that look like to you? Peter Quill and Nebula together.
I actually could really see like a His Girl Friday, like very quippy back and forth, witty banter, giving like bickering all the time in a sort of.
I mean, are you
fun
pitching
way.
a rom-com?
I guess I am.
Yes, an MCU rom-com. I dig it.
That would be so fun.
That would be.
Can I be in it too?
Sure, yeah. Come on in. Everyone's
Are you going to be
welcome.
mean to me again or no?
No, and not in the rom-com. New rules.
Great. No, I would love for Mantis to wear a beanie. Like, you know, in rom-coms, they're always like, you know, it's like winter time or like fall.
Yeah.
And a beanie, and with the antennas going through the beanie.
Out. And then Nebula gets her arm stuck in a little grate on the floor or something, and then Star-Lord has to like get her out, and then they have a meet cute.
I think you
Like
just pitched the
cute outfit for Nebula.
Oh, yeah, like a little cocktail dress.
yes.
But with the arm out.
You
obviously.
just pitched the Guardians of the Galaxy Valentine's Day special. I think that was right.
So
That's what that was.
funny.
Look, you guys have been a part of the Guardians of the Galaxy for a while now. What lessons have you learned working in the Guardians of the Galaxy that you're going to take with you on future projects?
I feel like I've become a better actor working with James Gunn. He's just so incredibly supportive and guides you in all the ways that you need
Yeah, he's
guiding.
such an incredible director, and he told us also he's going to direct us in different ways, like whatever we need. So he's not going to speak to Karen the same way he does with me or with the other actors, you know.
Yeah.
So because he has like such a strong sense of psychology, and he's so caring and also an empath too, that he knows, you know. He feels you, you know. So he's just like readjusts.
Great coaches know how to coach great players. That's the James Gunn. Now we have a little game. I'm sure you guys have been playing games all day. This one hopefully is easy. It didn't go so well in one of the other rooms. It's
that story.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to read a song lyric from one of the volumes, and you guys are going to guess the song. There's extra points if you sing the song.
Great.
But less than
I'm
10
ready.
seconds because we don't want to get flagged on YouTube.
Let's go.
I'm going to start easy because I feel like, I can't stop this feeling.
I can't stop this feeling of the dance out of me.
Yeah, you got it. We'll give you 2 points.
Do we have to name the song?
She nailed it.
What is this song?
Hooked on a Feeling.
Oh my God. Yeah, of course.
You debuted in Guardians Volume 2, so now we're going to move on to a song from Guardians Volume 2. Let's see. Okay. Some of these are going to get a little harder. I feel like they're going to get a little harder.
Oh, yeah.
Let's play one more.
The sun is shining in the sky.
Oh, give us another hint.
There ain't a cloud in sight.
Oh, I know the song. I know it.
It stopped raining. Everybody's in the play. And I don't know. It's a beautiful new day.
Just say the whole song.
He's gonna read the whole song.
Mr. Blue Sky is what we were going for.
ELO. Okay, so I'm going to wrap. That was kind of a long clip, the longest of all of them, because it features both of them. So I want to give equal time to all the actors. Now, let's move on to just a couple. We're almost done. I'm going to get to my review in about a minute or a couple minutes here. Other characters in the trilogy of the Guardians of the Galaxy films include Ego the Living Planet, the antagonist from the second Guardians of the Galaxy film, who turned out to be Peter Quill's bio dad and murderer of his bio mom as he implanted her with cancer. And Ego the Living Planet was played by the great Kurt Russell. Ego the Living Planet first appeared in comic book form in Thor issue number 132 from June 30th, 1966. On camera, you see his second appearance because he's on the cover. You don't really see Ego in the actual Thor 132. I'll play that. I'll put that on camera in just a second for the watcher, but for the listener, here's Kurt Russell talking about Ego at the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 red carpet premiere. I love Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn, his better half. Let me get this going here now. And this is courtesy of Marvel Entertainment, their YouTube channel. Come on, play, you little bugger.
So, this was kind of a first for you, making this type of movie. And so what was it like doing all the CGI and working on this kind of set?
Well, I've done a lot of CGI before, and I knew what that was. But we had some special things to do. You know, being Marvel Disney, you know that all that stuff's going to be done very well. What we concentrate on is making the characters work, making the story work, making sure that what James Gunn wants to get across, he does. And look, the first one was great. So there's always, you feel like when you're coming into something that was already really good, there's pressure on you to make it be as good as that one or better. And so far it seems like everybody feels like they have. So I'm glad to be a part of that.
One thing I love about your work is you've done things that straddle genres. You know, this is a comic space opera. You've done big, whoa!
Hey, dude, just a minute, we'll be back.
I didn't, you grew so tall. My God. All that clean living in Aspen. Look at him.
Come on up. We got to get both of you in
It's
here
a
for a
step.
second.
No.
Yeah.
My favorite man, seriously.
What was it like for you guys to both find out when you were in this that you were going to be in this movie together? Or, well, yeah.
We saw each other at a party, and we got a chance to talk about it. Because we didn't get a chance to see each other on the set, so.
No, because, you know, he gets the big money, and I was like supporting him, and I was basically cleaning out his motorhome. He's great. It's not a bad job, seriously. He's very, very tidy. Very tight.
He's the best.
I love seeing you guys together.
Yeah, we had a good time. It was nice. It was just nice to be in something again together, and we did get to talk about this a lot. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to do that sometime in the future.
I hope so too. I had another question for you because you're a licensed pilot.
Yep.
So, did you have who do you think is the better pilot, Star-Lord or Rocket? Because they spend a lot of time trash talking.
I think that's my money's on Star-Lord, but he's got a tougher road to hoe because he's not genetically altered. So
that's true. He's just going with natural abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I love all the characters in this movie. I think Groot's fantastic. And I love the relationships between the people. And it's what makes the movie have so much emotion, and that's what gets you. That's what gets you at the end.
Absolutely.
It's really emotional.
It's really emotional, and you're a big part of that. Thank you so much for talking to the Marvel fans. Congrats. Have an awesome time today.
All right, thank you.
Kurt Russell, who was Quano in Lost in Space. We talked about that, and we heard some clips of him as Quano in the episode The Challenge from season 1 of Lost in Space in a recent Nostalgic PodBlast where I covered Elizabeth Montgomery and game show Lost themes and rehashed game show themes. So, next up is Adam Warlock. He has a large role in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And he's the antagonist, one of them, in Part 3, along with a character named the High Evolutionary, we'll talk about in just a sec. Now, Adam Warlock was first called Him, created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. First appearing in comic book form in Fantastic Four issue number 66, Behind the Scenes, in a cocoon, in June 8th, 1967. That's when that book hit the street. And he was also in the very next issue, number 67, which is on camera. That's the first full appearance of Him, H-I-M, Him, July 11th, 67. And Him, or should I say he, returned in Thor issue number 265 with his first cover appearance in humanoid form. And that hit the street on April 3rd, 1969. And the character would later be significantly developed by Roy Thomas and artist-writer Jim Starlin. Let me grab something for the camera. Okay, that was like his first full appearance. Here's Fantastic Four 66 I just talked about. I'll just hold that up for the camera. Boom. And now I want to get this Thor issue I'm talking about, 165. It was a two-parter where Adam Warlock fought Thor. And he was trying to steal Sif. And look at on this cover. It's a gorgeous cover, gorgeous copy I have. It's hard to find a cover that has black in it in good condition because every imperfection is highlighted. It stands out. But there he is grabbing Sif. It's like he's trying to steal her away. And so let's talk a little bit about how the character evolved. That's issue 265 from April 3rd, 69. And then I'll show you the very next issue. It's a great battle shot of Thor versus Him. Feature name Adam Warlock. And like I said, in the movies, you saw him in that cocoon. So they kept that consistent with the books at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Let me just throw this on the camera. Oh, boy, I'm out of breath. Okay. So Roy Thomas and Jim Starlin further developed the character. The character is a cosmic being artificially created on Earth by the Enclave, spelled E-N-C-L-A-V-E, genetically engineered to be perfect and the next evolution of humanity. Privy to their intentions, Him, Adam Warlock, if you will, rebelled against his creators and sought a new destiny, eventually coming across the High Evolutionary. The re-Christianed Adam Warlock eventually is recognized as a hero of the universe, chiefly protecting it from threats such as Thanos, the Universal Church of Truth, and the Magus, who is his evil counterpart of Thanos. He is also frequently the bearer of the Soul Stone, one of the fabled Infinity Stones, then called the Infinity Gems in comic books. The character Adam Warlock, Him, also serves as the leader of the Infinity Watch and a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, specializing as the group's cosmic sorcerer and occult expert in the latter. After Thor issues number 165 and 166, Him was renamed Adam Warlock. Writer and then editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics Roy Thomas, we talked about earlier, and penciler Gil Kane significantly revamped Him as the Messiah, Adam Warlock, in Marvel Premiere issue number 1, published in January 1972. Let me get it right here. I have a beautiful copy of that as well. Let me get it for the camera. Bear with me, listeners. I'm going to start these cameras with some music going in just a minute, and then we'll wrap on comic books after I review Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Have you seen it yet? After I review, call in or comment. What did you think of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3? But there's Marvel Premiere number 1, published in January 1972. Writer-artist Jim Starlin revived Warlock again in Strange Tales issues 178 to 181. We talked about 180 being the first appearance of Gamora earlier. Those books were released to the public between January 26, 1974 and May 27, 1975. Warlock's adventures became more cosmic in scope as Starlin took the character through an extended storyline referred to as the Magus Saga. Let me get those for the camera too. I'll just show you the first issue, that Strange Tales 178. You've already seen 180, the first appearance of Gamora. And Pip was introduced, the dwarf, in Strange Tales 179 by Jim Starlin. There we go. There it is on camera. So, the reimagined title continued the numbering with The Power of Warlock and began with Warlock issue number 9 from July 22nd, 1975, and it ran 7 issues. The bi-monthly series was initially written and drawn by Starlin, but was eventually co-penciled and inked by Steve Laiola, who also worked on Spider-Woman. He was an inker with Carmine I can't pronounce his last name. Carmine. He drew Star Wars. He's not one of my favorite artists. He's from the Golden Age, though. Carmine Infantino or Infant. I should know. Some plot threads were concluded in Marvel Team Up issue number 55 from December 21st, 1976. I've showed that on camera earlier. And Avengers Annual number 7 from August 3rd, 1977, which is the Death of Thanos 2-part story. Concluded in Marvel 2-in-1 Annual number 2, which hit the public on September 20th, 1977, which is my dad's birthday. So Kraglin, played by James Gunn's brother Sean Gunn, is a fictional alien created by Stan Lee and writer Ernie Hart and artist Don Heck. He first appeared in Tales to Astonish number 46 from May 2nd, 1963. He's a member of the Ravengers, obviously. Yondu, who first appeared in comics way back in the very beginning in Marvel Superheroes issue number 18 from October 15th, 1968, is played by Michael Rooker that we talked about. The actor from Mallrats and The Walking Dead is Merle Dixon, the character who shot me in the head in the episode titled Guts, Season 1, Episode 2. They drew that in Mad Magazine, me getting shot by him. I think that's pretty cool they did that. Someone looked at production photos and got my likeness. And I showed the keychain of that. I shouldn't make this about me, but there's Michael Rooker as Merle. And there's me getting shot on the other side of the shot. Shot in downtown Atlanta near Baker Street back in August 2010. Long time ago. In a galaxy far, far away. The Sly Stallone portrayed a character called Starhawk. We already talked about this. And that guy, get this, in the comics, he was supposed to hit the scene a long time before Defenders issue number 28. He appeared in an advertisement on the very last page of Marvel Superheroes issue number 20 from February 11th, 1969. That's the one with Dr. Doom on the cover I talked about. It has a solo Dr. Doom story. It was the last all-new issue of Marvel Superheroes. And on the very last page of Marvel Superheroes 20, there's a little ad for a feature that would appear in the next issue of Marvel Superheroes, number 21. But that issue, though, and all the rest of them were reprints of older Marvel material, except for that one little Watcher tale in issue number 23 of Marvel Superheroes. The first true full appearance of Starhawk in comic books, like I said, was issue 20 of The Defenders from July 15th, 1975. But he was going to hit the scene back in early 1969. And his first cameo appearance was in Defenders issue number 27, but the first full appearance was in Defenders issue number 28. Starhawk, played by Sly Stallone in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. Finally, this is one of the most hated Marvel movie villains, even more so than Thanos, for what he did in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 that we'll get into in a little bit. The High Evolutionary. He's the main villain of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And in the movie, the role is played by Nigerian-born actor Chukwudi Ewoji. Sayonara. That's me adding sayonara. I'm just stupid joke. Because I got it right. I can't believe I pronounced it right. It took me a while. But he does a great job in the movie. I'm going to put before the camera the first appearance in comic books of the High Evolutionary from Thor issue number 134. That's a really nice copy I have of that book. And he did a great job in the movie. Chukwudi Iwaji. Good job, good job. And that Thor issue 134 that introduced the character way back when was originally first sold on Thursday, September 1st, 1966. Whew. If you hung in here through all of that, you deserve a special prize. And I am going to give a prize, a Walking Dead poster. The first person to comment while we're live gets a rare Walking Dead poster. I'm going to show it on camera in a second. All you have to do is comment "still awake" if you want this poster and you have a P.O. box or somewhere I can mail it to. I'll get it in the mail tomorrow. I'll mail it quick. This ain't no gimmick. This isn't any gimmick, I should say. This ain't no gimmick. Good grammar there. Let me, I'll show it on camera when I play a clip because I don't want to stop the audio portion of the show, but I'm going to give you this Walking Dead poster, and it's from when I was shot, from that same episode. I'll show you in a second. It's folded, though, but it's still mint condition. Aside from being folded, I'll show it to you in a moment. But you'll get it. Just the first person that comments in the Facebook Live feed, "still awake," or YouTube. If no one does it while we're live, YouTube, if it's after the fact, just the first person that says "still awake" gets this poster. No strings attached. Now I'm going to play the trailer to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and I'll hold up that poster. This is the final trailer for Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. It's already a smash hit, and I hope it continues to be mega successful because it's a heartfelt film, and then I'll give you my review. We'll talk about some other nostalgic stuff. Let me get this going here. I sound like, "My friends, it is I, Chance Bartels, the nostalgic PodBlast." All right, here we go.
Evolutionary has rocket. We need to save it. Okay, Guardians. The High Evolutionary has rocket. We need to save it, or this will be the end.
Someday, me and my friends are gonna go flying together into the forever and beautiful sky.
We were gone for quite a while.
Don't forget.
But no matter what happens next, the galaxy still needs its guardians.
Knock it off!
What? You got issues, Quill.
Oh, come on.
You know not the gravity of your treacherous trespass.
On the ground!
And you're just telling me now?
Seems intuitive.
The Guardians are more powerful than you think.
Guardians. Everything you love shall be destroyed. Pete, I'm done running.
I was screaming at something scary behind you, not you. You look really cool. Thank you.
Rated PG-13, May 5th. Get together.
I don't remember that in the movie. Anyway, if you were watching, I just held up the poster. So first person that says "still awake" that wants it, all you have to do is just give me an address, private message me, or email me, chancebartels@comcast.net. First person that says "still awake" gets that poster. Big whoop. Let's see here. Now for my review, finally. Loved it. Bottom line, the good news is the Marvel movie thrill is back. After a few miscues, James Gunn and his team totally delivered the goods with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. The movie was not predictable. It had the choice soundtrack of songs that you'd expect in a Guardians of the Galaxy movie. There were laughs without lobotomizing the story and the audience. The special effects were grand on the big screen, especially on an IMAX screen, as they were designed to be seen, and there was plenty of emotional impact for the viewer, and the ending was very satisfying. There were plenty of heart. There was plenty of heart in this movie. I'm going to have a few spoilers here for those that haven't seen it, so here's your spoiler warning. There was plenty of heart, which in my perspective was void in a couple of the more recent Marvel movies. There also were some very somber and downright sad scenes involving animals, which were extremely touching, haunting, and moving for any pet owner and friend to animals. In fact, small children might be temporarily traumatized, I'm not kidding, by some of these particular scenes, which do serve a point about the evils of animal cruelty and human devaluing animal rights and conducting experiments on our furry friends. This was not done in a preachy or sermonizing manner, by the way. And I was trying to hold back tears in the theater. I'm like, don't look at me! I mean, I didn't ugly cry out loud like or anything like that, but I sure got misty. I mean, it was sad. I was upset. Now, anyone that's into acting, you know the Meisner technique where you think of something from your past or think of something to emote, whether it's laughter or sadness. Man, all I have to do is think of those scenes and I could cry like that. I mean, it was just, and I told our friend Al Hardy, friend of the show, about that, and he laughed. He goes, it's a Marvel movie. I said, dude, you need to see it and you'll get it. I defy you not to be upset by those scenes. It was, I mean, just thinking about it makes me sad. You care about these Guardians of the Galaxy characters, and they all come full circle. Throughout the journey of the Guardians and their movie appearances and the 2022 holiday special on Disney Plus, we are treated to a complete origin story for each of the main roles. Rocket Raccoon's origin is highlighted here in Volume 3. We learn why he can talk in flashbacks, which at times are graphic and upsetting, as I previously stated. Pain and loss are key elements to the core of each of our heroes in the Guardians of the Galaxy family. From the beginning, we see Peter Quill lose his mom and his very existence on Earth as a child. He later loses what he thinks is the love of his life. Gamora loses her world. Drax lost his family. And here in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, we all learn as fans of these movies that Rocket Raccoon lost his family, his former family, and possibly his soulmate. It's just good cinematic storytelling to see unfold like a comic book page written by Stan Lee, as these folks are fleshed out with deeper characterizations. Not to be a cornball, but I sincerely felt the heart. I sincerely felt the heart of Stan Lee and his overall message of mutual humanity as I sat and enjoyed the movie thoroughly. They convey a family vibe so well, thanks to the actors all containing an organic, innate, positive chemistry together. The writing was real. James Gunn wrote and directed the movie, and he sure knows how to manipulate the emotions of the fan in a good way. In my opinion, this was a throwback to the days of Michael Landon on NBC television, who both wrote and directed the very best episodes of Little House on the Prairie. All those that Michael Landon wrote and directed were the best episodes. And I tell you, anyone that's seen it, that sky bit, just it put me away. It was so sad. And I mean, I'm being 100% sincere. And, because I have pets. I've had dogs who have passed away. I have a pet bunny rabbit that I rescued. It was not a wild. She was an abandoned bunny rabbit in September 2021. And she's been in my home ever since. And about rabbits, I just want to digress here for anyone that's ever had one. Maybe it's nostalgic to you if you had a pet bunny. Carrots really aren't good for them because there's a lot of sugar content. So the Bugs Bunny Warner Brothers cartoons, they weren't entirely accurate. And I had my friend Hunter, when he was a kid, he told me his bunny passed away from eating too many carrots. So just be aware of that. And the sad thing about bunny rabbits is that a lot of families will temporarily adopt one for Easter time, and then they abandon the rabbit. And bunnies don't like to be hugged. So a lot of parents, it's not like a dog or a cat that you can hug for a long time. Now, you can train a bunny to be hugged. They like to be on their hind legs so they can escape. But if you just pick her up or him, and just you can hug the animal and pet the animal. And there's something called a bond where you're bonded with the rabbit after maybe a week or so, or sometimes sooner. And sometimes it takes a little longer. And the number one thing they should eat, 80% of their diet should be hay. And then parsley, but they're not meat eaters. But let's get back to Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I just, when I saw that movie, it made me so sad, and I got home and I had to pet my pet on the head a long time because it just made me so sad. God, it was sad, and I got misty. I really did. I got to admit it. So, of course, you need to sit tight when the end credits roll, but that sky bit really put me away. I had to come home and pet baby for a long time. As a lifelong Marvel fan, I find it ironic that someone who brought Marvel movies back from a temporary trip down a bland lane has left Marvel to do movies for the other team. I'll see those movies too, though. I'm a superhero guy, although I'm at heart a Marvel guy. There are 2 post-credit sequences, so sit tight when the credits roll. There's even a nice note on the screen thanking the fans, which I thought was a classy touch. The stand-ins got a credit too. Since I've worked on movie sets as an extra and a stand-in and even a principal or day player, I appreciated that the stand-ins got a credit. That was cool. Everyone deserves a second chance was a line in the story delivered by Drax that probably referred to James Gunn being canceled from his Guardians of the Galaxy franchise over an old tweet from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I hope that mantra applies to me too. So in closing, go see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 in the movie theater, preferably at an IMAX or an AMC Dolby screen, and judge it for yourself. This is how trilogy should be made. Best trilogy since the Omen trilogy. I'm just kidding. That's a Seinfeld reference. And here's my movie ticket. This is proof. There's my movie stub. AMC Parkway Point 15. Here's my popcorn. That's proof. My bucket. And I have a little tip for everyone that loves movie theater popcorn. And unless you have a machine at home like our friend Al Hardy does, he has an actual countertop popcorn movie theater popping machine. We were at the Sandy Springs Cinema and Tap House, Sandy Springs, Georgia, and they'd spent millions of dollars renovating that theater. It used to be a LaFont, and then it was a General Cinema theater before that in Sandy Springs, Parkside. And he talked to the guy that was installing and working on the popcorn maker. He says, "Can I get one of those in my home?" He said, "Yeah." And so you got a card, and he got one. But for you and for me, I don't have a popcorn machine. This is what I do. Most movie theaters like AMC, if you get a bucket or I like Regal popcorn the best, to be honest with you, in terms of movie theater popcorn. Get a bucket so you get a refill. And then when you take it home, get a refill after the movie. Take it home. Take that bucket home, and then immediately put it in Tupperware in your refrigerator. It will stay fresh. It'll taste just like the movie theater, and you can warm it up or not. I don't need to warm mine up, but I put that butter on the popcorn at the theater, and I bring it home. It fits in like 3 or 4 tubs. So you can stream your shows on Disney Plus or Paramount Plus or Netflix or Peacock or whatever, Prime, and eat real movie theater popcorn. By the way, you know how when you go to a McDonald's, or I don't go that often, don't misunderstand, but you want a shake. You want a milkshake, and 9 times out of 10, sorry, the machine's broken. They don't want to clean it, right? Well, about the movie theater popcorn butter, I think it's a matter of time before there's an expose where they learn and reveal to the public that people aren't cleaning that butter popcorn. I shouldn't say this because I want people to go to the movies, but there's some theaters I won't name where I know they're not changing the butter. I'm not saying it was AMC Parkway Point 15 because I don't think it was that one, but there's another theater I've actually gotten a little nauseous, and it's because I suspect there's probably, should I say this? I shouldn't say this. We're trying to promote movies here and promote movie going and people actually going to the cinema, but I think there might be bacteria in old movie theater butter in that machine. Just make sure you're cleaning your machines out. That's all I got to say on that. And here's hoping that Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is a smash hit. I miss the days when a movie that you really liked would remain at number one for weeks and weeks and months at the box office. Obviously, social media and technology have hindered the longevity of movies at the box office doing well, since people post spoilers, giving away key critical plot points and ruin the surprise. Think about the days of the Alfred Hitchcock film with a surprise twist shock ending. In fact, there was a Happy Days episode. It always stuck out in my mind where the Cunninghams are about to go to the movies to see Psycho for the first time. And either Potsy or Ralph Malph, I can't remember, ruins the ending right as they're walking out the door. I tried to find that clip, but he says, "Oh, what movie you folks seeing? What movie you guys seeing?" And Joni says, "Psycho." And then in that scene, Ralph blurts out, or Potsy, "Oh, I never would have guessed that it was Anthony Perkins killing everyone dressed as his mom." And then Joni goes, "Thanks, Ralph." And they close the door, take their coats off, and they're not going to the movie now. So, again, I don't know if it was Potsy. I think it was Potsy instead of Ralph Malph, who ruined the ending of Psycho in that script for that Happy Days live episode in front of a live studio audience. But I haven't seen that episode in years, but that bit always stuck out with me throughout the years. So did you see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3? If so, give me a call, 770-438-1050, or just simply comment in the feed that you might be watching this on as we're live. And let's talk about it. Oh, man, I was going to say, they're also, I'm going to play some music here in a second because I'm just talking way too much. You talk too much, man. You never shut up. Run DMC. There was about a half an hour of coming attraction movie preview trailers before Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 even began at the AMC Parkway Point 15. We'll talk about some of these summer releases in a bit. Briefly, I'm not going to play trailers, not going to play clips. It's not going to be long. I'm just going to literally read a list of a few of them that I'm excited about, and maybe you are too. So moviegoers in general have a lot to be excited about. Summer 2023. That's some really big. We're just going to cover the big anticipated summer 2023 movie releases that all look really, really good. Well, I guess I'll highlight one of them I saw on the coming attractions I saw right now, since I want to show comic books these characters are based on in just a bit. For the Marvel movie and comic book topic continuity sake, I'll just say that The Marvels looks very interesting, which will be released in November 2023. And in a moment, I'll show you some key Captain Marvel comic books on camera, or cosmic books, I should say. That's so bad. In a moment, including some key comics that, as we are live, that you can add to your collection relatively inexpensively, such as Amazing Spider-Man Annual number 16, the first appearance of Monica Rambeau, who we met on screen in WandaVision in live-action form. She's basically the black female Captain Marvel. On August 31st, 1982, that's when that Amazing Spider-Man Annual 16 was published, right there at the end of summer 1982. You'll see Marvel Superheroes issue number 12, which is the first appearance of the male Captain Marvel character from October 1967. And then you'll see the very next issue from December 1967 that introduced Carol Danvers, who later became Ms. Marvel in print, and Captain Marvel. Also, I want to show you Captain Marvel issue number 18 from August 1969, in which Carol Danvers gained her powers. Ms. Marvel issue number 1 from October 5th, 1976 was her first solo comic book appearance and her own regular series that lasted 23 issues. So they brought her back after a long hiatus between August 1969 and October 5th, 1976. John Buscema drew that first issue. You'll see what I think is Ms. Marvel, Captain Marvel in the movie's best costume, which was introduced in Ms. Marvel issue number 20 of her comic book titled the same name. That costume was designed by X-Men artist Dave Cockrum, where she has a little sachet and like a little Robin, like Batman and Robin type mask, a Robin mask. Also, and it's kind of a sexy outfit. Also, a more modern comic book I'll show you where that costume from Ms. Marvel issue 20 made a comeback. I think it's from 2006. By the way, Ms. Marvel as a solo comic book, as I said, lasted only 23 issues, ending with that final regular issue, which featured Guardians of the Galaxy on January 9th, 1979. But they had actually drawn 2 more issues after it was canceled, but they were never published until years later, Marvel Super Special King Size Summer Special, published on May 10th, 1992, over 13 years later. They released the unseen Ms. Marvel issue 24 that was unpublished and number 25 in the next edition of Marvel Super Special. What's significant, though, about that unpublished Ms. Marvel number 24 is it was the second actual appearance of Sabretooth, who was an X-Men villain in the movies. He was in the very first X-Men movie. He fought Wolverine at the beginning in the snow and the ice, and that's a throwback to Wolverine issue number 10, but I digress. But Sabretooth was introduced in comics in Iron Fist issue number 14 from May 3rd, 1977. And he was in that first X-Men movie, as I just said, in the year 1999. And he fought Ms. Marvel, his second appearance in a lost comic book story that was finally published in 1992, after it was drawn in late 78, early 79. I just think that's interesting. Now, Carol Danvers' Ms. Marvel continued on in the comics after her solo book went bye-bye, and she joined the Avengers. And it was cool to see one of my favorite comic book artists, John Byrne, and the late George Perez draw Ms. Marvel in that cool, kind of sexy costume that Dave Cockrum created. So flash forward to 2013. Captain Marvel Volume 2, issue number 14, marked the first comic book appearance of Kamala Khan, whom we met on Disney Plus in Ms. Marvel. Willow Wilson and artist Adrian Alfona and Jamie McKelvey. Kamala is, I guess they created, I can't even read my own notes. Kamala is Marvel's first Muslim protagonist character and South Asian American personality with her own comic book. And what I like is the actress who plays her was a fan of the comic book. That never happens where someone's cast who actually, it seldom happens, can't say never, where she actually liked the material. There was a nice little making of Ms. Marvel on Disney Plus, and it was really cool to learn that she's actually a fan. I mean, what a dream for her to get to play that role. But let's see. Yes, Kamala in comic books made her first appearance in a background cameo in Captain Marvel number 14 from August 2013. Okay. Now, almost done with the comic books. Now, for my fellow comic book collector people, my wonderful, patient comic book people, in a moment I'll show you most of all of those Ms. Marvel comic books and Marvel superhero comics, etc. that I mentioned. Many of these books are first appearances of key Guardians characters. Others feature characters in the movie in a cover that I think is cool, like Hulk issue number 266 with the high evolutionary de-evolving Rick Jones and Betty Ross to primates, for instance. And you'll see books that are not necessarily keys, meaning not first appearances or financially valuable books, but are excellent stories to read, which all are on topic, such as Guardians of the Galaxy, the Guardians of the Galaxy 10-issue run in Marvel Presents issues 3 through 10, the Star-Lord run in Marvel Spotlight Volume 2, and Marvel Premiere Volume 1, issue 61, which actually was the very last issue of that book, Marvel Premiere, with Star-Lord on the cover. Now, for the listener who's not watching, I'm going to play some music. But before I roll on that, here's a brief bit of comic book trivia for you. Talked about this earlier. March 1976 is when Marvel began adding a UPC, Universal Product Code symbol box to the covers of their comic books for easy payment at checkout at grocery stores and convenience stores. Whoever, when they started scanning UPC codes on, like cans of soup, for instance, or whatever. So Marvel had to keep up with the times in those times, and they added that, which kind of sucked because it covered up some of the artwork. For instance, here is the last issue of Amazing Spider-Man without the UPC symbol barcode, just to give you a visual. For the listener, I'm almost going to wrap on this because it's very brief. I just hate how part of the art is obstructed, but with great growth comes great bullshit. Sorry, Stan Lee. Sort of mangled his with great power comes great responsibility line from Amazing Fantasy 15, first appearance of the Amazing Spider-Man. Now here, I'm going to play a song now and then show some covers, and then we're going to move on, because I know a lot of folks don't give a flip about comics. Here's the first issue of Amazing Spider-Man with the UPC barcode. Amazing Spider-Man issue 157, featuring Dr. Octopus, or Doc Ock, as he's known in the vernacular. There you go. So that was the first month, and all of the Marvel books that month had the obstructing UPC Universal Product Code barcode box on the cover. So YouTubers and Facebookers, let's look at these comic books that were just highlighted in this episode of the Nostalgic PodBlast as the listeners dig this fitting tune by Redbone, featured in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, including the new one. Minor spoiler. Briefly, it's in there. What did I do with you, my little friend? Ah, here you are. Yeah. Had a little catastrophe. Anyone watching on camera might have had some comic relief where the comics fell, but there was no harm done, but I had a little mini panic attack when they fell. Oh, boy. Okay, so where are we now in the show? Hang on a second, guys and gals. And I saw we have a winner of the poster. Let's see. The Walking Dead poster, he said, yeah, I'm still awake. David. So send me a private message of where I should mail the poster to, and it's yours. So you win. You win. But I have more. So if anyone on YouTube comments, I'm still awake, I'll give you a poster too. But the first one goes to David. But I'll send another poster just like it, mint condition. Oh, shoot, this is about to fall on camera. To you as well. Just say, still awake. Oh, now as we conclude, finally, the comic book portion of this live edition of the Nostalgic PodBlast. Here are the promised tips to help you obtain a key comic book now while it's relatively inexpensive. And this will be an ongoing segment I feature here on the Nostalgic PodBlast. Just a quick segment, just a few minutes. It won't be a long thing like a history of Silver Surfer, history of the Guardians of the Galaxy. And I still need to do my Aaron Spelling TV Moguls episode, which I plan on doing here in 2023 at some point. So here's my first recommendation of a book that I would strongly recommend you get if you're into comics, or even if you're not. If you're just an investor of some kind, I'd get this comic book. It's Incredible Hulk issue number 254. I'm going to show you some high-grade copies that are CGC graded of this book, and I want to explain why. This is the first appearance book. This comic was published by Marvel way back on Tuesday, September 16th, 1980, and it had a December 1980 fake cover date for circulation purposes, but actually September 16th, 1980, right around when season 4 of the Incredible Hulk TV show was about to premiere, the season 4 premiere on CBS, the CBS television network. Columbia Broadcasting System. That's what CBS stands for. The story writer was Bill Mantlo, and the story was titled Waiting for the UFoes. And for the listener, that's spelled like letter U, like umbrella, dash F-O-E-S, like foe is an enemy. U-foes, Waiting for the UFoes. And Sal Buscema did the artwork. From MarvelFandom.com, quote, feeling abandoned by his friends, the Hulk has ventured into the desert to let loose his rage. While looking up at the stars, the Gamma-spawned monster gets the idea that the stars can be his friends and tries to leap onto them. Obviously, this ends in failure when the Hulk leaps into the outer atmosphere and comes crashing back down to Earth. The impact from the re-entry knocks the Hulk out of consciousness sufficiently enough that he begins to relax and eventually reverts back to Bruce Banner. Meanwhile, not far away is a space shuttle being launched into space in a privately owned launching pad owned by Utrecht Industries. Letter U. See where the U comes in like UFoes? Utrecht, and it's spelled U-T-R-E-C-H-T. Utrecht Industries, that is about to be launched into space. Inside the facility is Simon Utrecht, the ship designer, Michael Steele, and expert siblings Anne and James Darnell. Now, see, these are like the antithesis of the Fantastic Four because they're siblings in the Fantastic Four as well. You have Reed Richards, who is the scientific brain and leader of the Fantastic Four who can stretch. He also goes on a space flight. They all do, and they get eradicated by cosmic rays in the very first issue of the Fantastic Four, which hit in August of 1961, which was the birth of the Marvel Age of Comics of Superheroes way back then. So these guys are like that, and the siblings in the Fantastic Four obviously are Johnny and Sue Storm. Johnny Storm becomes the Human Torch, Sue Storm the Invisible Girl, later the Invisible Woman, thanks to John Byrne's writing in the 80s, 1982. I think he changed her to the Invisible Woman, and later she could hurl force fields instead of just turning invisible, because what kind of superpower is that? Stan Lee realized, wait a minute, she's just going to run and hide? Now, of course, when you hide, you actually can save the day. You can come up, hit somebody over the head with a hammer, knock them out, or do worse, with being undetected. But then you'd see the object, wouldn't you? Like in the Invisible Man movies by Universal Horror, Universal Monsters, Universal Pictures. Anyway, I digress. So I like that eventually Stan Lee developed. He had Reed Richards experiment with her powers and have her do exercises where she could protect people and objects with force fields. So anyway, but they're brothers and sisters in real life. So, but in the UFoes, the siblings are Ann and James Darnell. Driven by the need for power, Simon Utrecht intends to recreate the same accident that created the Fantastic Four. So he wants to get eradicated by the cosmic rays intentionally. It was an accident with the FF, with the Fantastic Four. However, he has purposely had the shuttle built with no shielding from radiation so that they can all gain even more fantastic powers than the Fantastic Four did in their accident and their space flight. Although Steele is reluctant to this idea, Simon convinces him with the promise of absolute power. As the quartet take off in their space shuttle, its blast-off awakens Bruce Banner, who is sleeping in the desert. Seeing the Utrecht facility nearby, Bruce goes in to get some help and figure out where he is. Where has the Hulk taken him to this time, right? However, he finds the facility empty. Watching the monitors, he realizes that the crew is about to pilot into a cosmic ray storm. Unaware of the intended goal of the mission, Banner takes control of the ship's computers and forces a landing. The ship crashes into the desert outside of the facility, and when Bruce goes to look for survivors, he is shocked to see that the crew aboard the ship have been transformed. Simon Utrecht has been mutated into a being that can take control of the vectors of different objects. Steele became a version of the Thing, the pile of rocks. He's a man made of that very substance, steel. While Anne can transform into any gaseous form she desires. She becomes Vapor. That's her character name. And James is living energy. The group calls themselves the UFoes. Where the hell did my copy go? Oh, I took it down. The group calls themselves the UFoes, and each take on a name that matches their power set. Simon begins calling himself Vector and chooses the name Vapor, while Michael takes on the identity of Ironclad, and James the name X-Ray. Furious that Banner interfered with their flight, thus denying them even greater power, the foursome attack Bruce Banner, triggering a transformation into the Hulk. Throwback to the old show, I guess, where you transform. Just when the quintet are getting the hang of their power, suddenly their abilities just shift into overdrive. Wait a sec. Well, I screwed this up. I can't read my own writing. Oh, damn. I skipped ahead. Even greater power for the Hulk. Okay, so Banner's turning into the Hulk. Inexperienced with their powers and lacking teamwork, the UFOs end up causing more harm to themselves than they are to the Hulk. Just when the quintet are getting the hang of their powers, suddenly their abilities shift into overdrive. Ironclad becomes incredibly heavy and sinks into the ground. X-Ray becomes incredibly unstable and explodes. Vapor dissipates into pure oxygen, while Vector's powers prevent the very air from reaching his lungs, and his suffocating body is shot into space at escape velocity. Watching Vector streak across the sky, the Hulk is envious that Vector managed to reach the stars that he was looking at and wanders off to ponder this encounter. Some brief notes about the UFOs. The UFOs attempt to recreate that accident from FF1. As I said, in this story, it is stated that the Fantastic Four's mission into space was to reach the moon. The destination of the Fantastic Four's mission into space should be considered a topical reference per a sliding time scale of Earth 616. That's irrelevant. I shouldn't have even read that for you folks or mentioned that. That doesn't really matter. Although the UFOs apparently die here in issue number 254, it was revealed in Incredible Hulk issue 277 that X-ray, Vector, and Vapor floated into the upper atmosphere where they absorbed enough additional cosmic rays to stabilize their powers, and they then were freed, and they could help their teammate Ironclad. Now, here's why I recommend this book. This is the very first appearance of those dastardly dudes in a dudette. And to my knowledge, this is unbelievable. The UFOs have never battled a Fantastic Four. That astounds me. I can't believe it because it's just a no-brainer. They were Hulk foes. In fact, they recently resurfaced to fight Spider-Man in a new comic book that my pal Jeff Logan told me about. I collect, like I said, 1961 to 1993. Nothing against newer books, but I don't really buy new books. So that's my blind side, and Jeff covers my blind spot. Blind spot. So we know that Disney purchased 20th Century Fox, and they now control the rights to the Fantastic Four as well as the X-Men, both of which previously were 20th Century Fox properties. I can just see, can you not see an epic Fantastic Four sequel where the UFOs challenge our heroes? I think it'd be a throwback to this. And I'm going to get to, again, why I think this book is a smart buy. Remember this movie? Here's a classic for you. This is from 35mm film, by the way, this clip I'm going to play. God dang it, not again. Not again. Here we go.
Superman 2, the adventure continues. There is something evil in the skies headed for Metropolis. 3 outlaws from the planet Krypton with the same powers as Superman. All this accumulated knowledge, when will these dummies learn to use a doorknob?
Superman, where are you?
Now, the adventure continues at the Eiffel Tower and on the moon. And the romance continues. This is the spectacular challenge.
Superman!
General? Would you care to step outside?
To a climactic super battle in the skies over Metropolis. If you've only seen the first part, you haven't seen the best part. Superman 2, the adventure continues this June.
I can totally see a Fantastic Four sequel where the FF fight the UFOs, can't you? I think it would be just really, really cool. And I'm not saying that for any other reason other than I'm a fan of the UFOs, and I think it would just make a hell of a movie. So you can find that issue 254 in some cases for like $1 at certain comic book shops or online. Primarily at comic book conventions like the Atlanta Comic Con. If you're in the Atlanta area, probably not. But if you are, they have it every quarter. Every 3 months, they have it at the Century Center Marriott Hotel. It's a great convention. I highly recommend. But get that book if you can, because I think they'll show up in the MCU in some form or fashion. Hopefully not just an animated. I have nothing against an animated feature of the UFOs, but I'd like to see a live action version. I think they would be really dynamic. They're very colorful, very cool looking. Let's see here. I want to play a clip. And I did think of some interesting scenes. See, if I put this out there, it'll never happen, right? I probably should keep it to myself, but I can just totally see a throwback. It would be like, you know, I can just see the marketing like FF2, FF versus the UFO. I can just see it. And like, I was daydreaming and brainstorming the other day in a flight of fancy, and I thought of a wicked little scene. Let me put on camera this Vapor character again so you can get a visual of what, at least in the comic book, she looked like. There. She would be like Ursa, who was the villain in Superman 2, who had a deep hatred of men. We'll talk about that in a second. But like I said, I was just daydreaming. I thought of this wicked scene where Vapor, the female villain, who was similar to Ursa, the villainess in Superman 2, as her villain name implies, and as I just mentioned, she can vaporize. She's a mist. Well, here's a scene to demonstrate how twisted and evil she is, just like the character Ursa was. They both seem to despise men in print and on screen. In fact, in terms of Ursa, there was a cut line that Richard Donner filmed way back in 1977, which was in the ABC TV extended cut of Superman 2, where the astronauts and cosmonauts on the surface of the moon are killed and their moon unit is obliterated by the 3 Kryptonian outcasts. And Zod, General Zod, in the theatrical version of the scene, says to Ursa, Ursa says to him, they come from there, the planet Houston. And then Zod says, then we will go there too, to rule. Finally, to rule. The scene's cut in the theatrical. Well, it actually continued on, where Zod turns to Ursa and he says, and you will have everything you want. And then she says, men to kill. Oh, wait, I have audio of that. Let's listen. This is the lost scene that was in the ABC TV extended version back in 1982 on television, the network debut.
To rule. Finally, to rule.
Cut.
And you will have everything you want.
Men to kill.
And I will lead.
And I will lead. Such an egomaniac. The great Terrence Stamp. And they released, Warner Brothers, the original Christopher Reeve Superman movies in 4K for the first time around the globe. Just the theatrical versions. I prefer the extended versions. And I'm not done with UFOs. I'm thinking about Superman. I couldn't believe in 2017 this was great. Warner Brothers on Blu-ray released the 3-hour, 8-minute cut of Superman the movie. That's all I watch anymore because there's all sorts of extended scenes. Al Hardy be like, well, scenes are cut for a reason. Not in this case. It was because of budget and because the director Donner was fired by the producers for taking too much time and spending too much money. He was trying to get it right, and he did. He directed most of Superman 2 before he was fired. And, of course, the Donner cut, not of course, but most people know this, but in case you don't, in 2006 on DVD, here's the Blu-ray of it, there was a release called Superman 2, the Donner cut, where footage that had been cut for various reasons, like Marlon Brando. He demanded more money for the sequel when Superman the movie was such a tremendous success at the box office for months and months and months. And they said, the hell you say? And they just cut him from the movie. He had shot all these scenes as Superman's dad for the sequel. And those wound up in Pinewood Studios in a vault, in like basically frozen in an ice cold vault, 35 millimeter negatives for years. And there were all sorts of scenes that were reshot that Richard Donner filmed that were great. And they finally restored them to the Donner cut. Now, Donner didn't finish everything. They actually had to use some audition and screen test versions of some scenes to show what Donner's version might have looked like had he been able to finish it. Anyway, I digress. So I can see a parallel between Ursa, and there's the huge nostalgia factor. I think older folks like me, parents that are taking their kids to see the Fantastic Four, I think they would really relate and could see the parallels to a Superman 2 type epic battle. So let's see. There's other examples of cuts to Superman 2 where Ursa was toned down. And she had like a passionate hatred of the male species. I mean, even Jor-El said to Ursa before she and the other Kryptonian villains were exiled to the Phantom Zone to an eternal living death, he said to the woman Ursa, whose unreasoning hatred of all mankind, mankind, have threatened even the children of the planet Krypton. Remember, the author of The Godfather and The Godfather Book 2, Mario Puzo, wrote that script. Or he co-wrote it, but he wrote most of that script with David and Leslie Newman. So, it was a darker script. It makes you wonder what Ursa's origin story could be for a new movie. Why does she hate men so much to the point of murdering them? That's something to explore in a new Superman movie. I would love to see that. So how does this relate to Vapor? In my little scene showing how vicious she is? Well, picture this. This is just a fictional thing I came up with as if this were from a script. Scene 17, exterior, nighttime. A dark alley, bird's eye view shot. A scruffy Caucasian man stumbles out of a back door. He lights something to smoke. We can't see if it's crack cocaine, a marijuana cigarette, or just a vaping tool. Suddenly, we see a cloudy, misty figure wisp overhead, moving about like the female ghosts at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark after they escape from the opened Ark. The man inhales deeply. At that moment, the mist invades his mouth and lungs. At first, the man smiles blissfully, as if a drug is affecting his senses. Then, his facial expression changes. His eyes grow wider, ever wider, as if his eyeballs are about to pop out of his skull. Then the mist solidifies internally inside the man, and boom! His appendages fly away from his torso, and he explodes, making a terrifying popping sound as he expires. From the grotesque pile of human flesh emerges the mist, a vapor, which metamorphosizes into a female shape. She says, "He must have had a popcorn lung." She says it aloud as she flies away into the moonlight night sky, laughing. End of scene 17. Thought of another variation, like where one of the other UFOs watches her do that, and he's like, "Why did you do that to him? He was no threat to us." And she goes, "Of all the times men tried to get inside of me, I thought I'd return the favor." Something like that. I don't know. Now, the irony, of course, is that the man was vaping after all. And he was killed by vaping. I don't know. Kind of crazy. And I'm not sure what he was smoking inside that vaping device. I didn't, it doesn't matter. But he was inhaling a vapor, and another form of vapor took him out. So again, what is Vapor's deal? What's her beef with the fellas like Ursa? That too would make for an interesting backstory. Vapor could spout off lines like I just said, "All these disgusting men always try to get inside of me. Let's see how they like the sensation." Anyway, I thought it would make for an interesting scene, and I thought of a great comeuppance for Vapor, where she gets hers, but I'll keep that to myself. By the way, I'll join a union. Hey, hire me. I want to be a real writer. I want to write this stuff, man. I got so many great ideas. Are you out there? Anybody that could make it happen for me? Let's help each other out. Anyway. So back to the comic book Hulk number 254. Like I said, you can find these cheap on eBay or at a comic book store convention. I have 6 copies of this book because I've always loved these villains. Anytime I would see it when I'm out shopping for comics, I always pick it up and buy it, even though I already have it. And this book is just criminally underappreciated and undervalued. So I recently purchased a 9.6 CGC graded copy. I want to show you. Now, CGC, for those who don't know, is the #1 authority in comic book grading, according to the quote-unquote experts. I got a deal. 9.6, baby. There's only 39 of these in the world. My friend Jeff Logan told me, according to the CGC website, as we're live. Now, that could change. When someone submits this copy or this particular issue to CGC and it's graded, there's a record made of that. There's actually a VIN number, if you will, a serial number attached. So if a book is stolen, you can identify yourself as the rightful owner of it. So I got this, not too long ago. But guess what? Double your pleasure, double your fun. double the thrills with the UFoes fund. I got 2 copies of 9.6 recently for a steal because they're just such a good deal. Now, there is no higher grade than a 9.8 presently of this book. The highest grade would be a 10 or a 9.9. There is no 9.7, and there's only 39 9.8s, just like there's only 39 9.6 copies that were officially graded by the CGC. Let me hold them up so you can see. And there's my other copies. Anyway, I have 6 copies. Just believe me. I don't need to prove it. But there's the 2 9.6s. Hopefully they're on camera there. But I've got to do a little mini vent, and then we're going to move on past comics. I've been saying that for about, an hour now? That we're out of the comic book thing. Look, I'm delighted these are 9.6 copies, but to me, they're not really 9.6s. Let me show you why I say that. Here's a 9.6. Look at the back. Can you see that on camera? There's like a little dot in ink. To me, my stomach just growled. Did you hear that did the mic pick that up? To me, this is like a 9.0, maybe a 9.2. But hey, they have their standards. God bless them. So if they say it's a 9.6, so be it. This also is the other 9.6, but I don't know if this is a little bit harder to pick up on the camera. But the cover is separated from page 1. Look at the very bottom. Can you see that at the very bottom? Bless America. I don't think the cover's separated like loose from the staples. And I don't think this happened when it was entombed in carbonite like Han Solo in this hard shell, protecting it allegedly for 100 years, which is a good thing. But the bottom, I don't know if you can see that. It's not right. It's not centered properly. That's the word I'm looking for. Centered. It's off center. So to me, this is again like maybe another 9.0. This might be a 9.2. Let's give it a 9.2. But damn, I mean, a pressing, something called a pressing, where literally a book is pressed to press out imperfections, might fix that. But I've got a copy I think is a 9.8. It's right there. It's raw. As you can see, it's not been graded. But watch me submit this to CGC and it comes back at 8.5. You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking for some consistency in grading, but there is not a damn thing wrong with that copy. Excuse me, a direct edition. And then I have some newsstand editions, which tend to be a little bit more valuable because they were all actually on spinner racks and kids handled them, and they were more apt to be damaged by the public and by the circulation person versus a comic book shop where people take more care that own comic shops and buy at comic shops. Let's see here. Now about this last thing I'll say about this character Vapor. I can just see it now in terms of casting. I would love to see someone like a Jane Badler actress, the way she looked in V, play that role, like a look-alike. This is not the best picture of her. It's the only one I have handy right now. But that's who I would cast, like someone around, well, I'm not going to say age because I'm not an ageist, but so I'll just admit, I was going to say a dead ringer for the way she looked then, who's about 30 years old. Now, Jane Badler's best known for playing, that's what that still's from, the evil lizard alien monster leader Diana in V, the original miniseries, V, the final battle, and V, the series, and the 2009 to 2010 2-season remake, V, on ABC TV. It was on NBC originally, and Kenneth Johnson created, wrote, and directed the very first epic miniseries, V, the original miniseries, which aired in 1983, shot in 82. So I really think there'd be a huge nostalgia factor for some who would either subconsciously or outwardly recognize the resemblance between Vapor and Diana. So anyway, look at the way she looked in V, the final battle. To me, that was her best look in all of the Vs, where she didn't have that big poofy 80s hair-sprayed hair. She just looked fantastic. I can see a dead ringer for the way she looked in V, the final battle, playing Vapor. That's just me. And it's not going to happen that way if it happens at all. But if it did, that would be perfect. Anyway, let's see. All right, I already said that. Hang on, guys, if we're live here. Yeah, I talked about the 6 point. I don't want to repeat myself. Okay, yeah. I showed the imperfections of the graded 9.6s. Double your pleasure, double the fun, double the UFOs with UFO gum. Yeah, very funny. Okay, anyway, buy that book. Get a copy. It's a great read. Whether they wind up in the MCU or not, it's a great story, and so is Hulk issue 276 and 277, 278. Forgive me, 277, 278. That's when the UFOs returned. And I do not know why in the comics they never fought the Fantastic Four, because it's just a no-brainer. No-brainer. So, this is really out there. Most of the show has been out there. Listening to that vintage Superman 2 trailer reminded me that it was filmed at Pinewood Studios in England right after Space 1999 was filmed at Pinewood and was canceled. So this is something I've really wondered. The same sound stages were used, like for the Moonbase Alpha set, as was, say, the Daily Planet set. So I always wondered if the Moon set in Superman 2, because Superman 2 was shot at the same time as Superman 1 in 77, was that left over from Space 1999? And I wrote this guy, Jim Bowers, who used to live in Atlanta. We met Christopher Reeve together back in 1994 at a place, a wonderful hotel that's long since been demolished, the Castle Gate Hotel. May 1994, he was there for a convention, a defunct convention they don't have anymore, but it was a, what was it called? It was the Castle Gate Hotel. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. So I wrote this guy, Jim Bowers. He's now in Nevada, and he started a website over 20 years ago, capedwonder.com, and it's devoted to the Christopher Reeve Superman films. And it's like an online museum. And he has all sorts of incredible things pertaining to those movies that are very, very rare that he's sharing with the world, which is cool. And so I wrote him with the specific soundstage numbers that were used for the main sets of Space 1999, asking him if he knew the soundstage numbers for Richard Donner's Superman the Movie and Superman 2 scenes for those sets. No response yet. He probably doesn't know, but all the production, inquiring minds want to know, does anyone out there, the reason I even mention this, do you know what the soundstage numbers were for the main sets of Superman and Superman 2? I would love to know, like the main sets, like Lex Luthor's Lair, like Krypton, like the Daily Planet. What were those sound stages? It would make me a little sad to learn, oh, that used to be Command Center or Main Mission. You know, Command Center was like the Space 1999 bridge, if you will, like the Star Trek bridge. I would love to know. I would love to know, because that show was prematurely canceled right when Star Wars hit the scene. It would have gone on for years and years had not Sir Lou Grade of ITC Entertainment not taken the funding of Space 1999 and put it into a terrible movie, Raise the Titanic, which tanked, no pun intended, at the box office. So if anyone out there knows the sound stages of the main Superman the Movie and Superman 2 sets, please let me know. Exterior Krypton, Fortress of Solitude, Daily Planet. Okay, I've said it. I've said all that. I'm going to skip ahead because I'd gone on and on about that. So I just would love to solve that 46-year-old mystery. Let's see here. What do we got? I do know this. Space 1999 was filmed at Pinewood Studio Stages L and Stage M, as was Superman the Movie and Superman 2 and 3. So I do know that. That's a commonality. That's a fact. I just don't know which individual set was on Stage L and Stage M. That's what I want to know. I know the 1999 L and M sets, what those were. Anyway, and by the way, Pinewood Studios England is also where the James Bond movies were filmed in terms of the Roger Moore movies and Sean Connery. It's just a fantastic studio in England, and I was delighted when they opened a branch here in Georgia, in Fayetteville, Georgia. I've never been there. I always wanted to be just to tour it. I need to go down there. I think they offer tours. I want to see that. Oh, another Superman the Movie soundstage, Don's Diner, for the diner scenes of Superman 2. That could be one of the old Space 1999 soundstage set locations. The lunar surface is, or Lois's apartment, or the prison yard. Anyway, I'm going on and on and on. The White House set in Superman 2. What was it? Just somebody let me know. Let's see here. Oh, all right. let's finally talk briefly about 2023 summer releases. And I have a list here. I'm just going to mention a few and then we'll move on. Of course, Fast 10, Fast X comes out May 19th, 2023. Vin Diesel, the voice of Groot. Little Mermaid, May 26th. You know, there was a controversy, and I don't get it, you know, if these people were racist or what, but they're like, Little Mermaid's black. What's up with that? Well, watch the trailer. The actress can sing. She's talented. Sometimes casting is based on talent. It looks really, really, really good, I think, and I'll see it. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is going to be released June 2nd, 2023. New Transformers movie, Rise of the Beasts, June 9th, 2023 is that release date. Then The Flash on June 16th. That's where we see Batman from 1989 return. Remember Tim Burton's Batman movies? Of course you do. And Batman 2, Michael Keaton. You know that. You saw the trailer at the Super Bowl 2023. It wowed everybody. The Flash, I'll be seeing it. Let's see. Asteroid City, don't care about that. The Blackening, June 16th. This looks cool. Disney movie, Elemental. And now, it's an animated movie, which I usually don't rush out to see, but I am going to see this. And I would go to rush out to see those if I had little kids, but I don't. I have a bunny rabbit. So, but this looks really cute. You know, earth, wire, fire, the elements. The fire element falls for the water element and vice versa, but how can they coexist? They're not complementary. They're not compatible. I think that looks really interesting as a premise, and the visuals look great. The music, I was just really sold by that trailer, so I will see that the day it opens on June 16th, 2023. Maybe you already saw it, depending on when you're hearing this. And, of course, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny will be released by Paramount on June 30th, 2023. Excited about that. Joyride, July 7th, 2023. Now, this trailer looked great. This is one of the trailers I saw before Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I didn't see one for Indiana Jones, which surprised me, but I did see one for Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, Part 1. I didn't know it was a Part 1. I guess they filmed them at the same time like they did with Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame. Part 1. Okay, so it's probably some long 4-hour movie they cut in half because of length. But Dead Reckoning looked incredible. I mean, this is the next James Bond franchise. Excuse me. God, Barbie movie, I probably won't see that. July 21st, 2023. Oppenheimer, July 21st, 2023. Haunted Mansion, based on the classic Walt Disney World and Disneyland ride, July 28th, 2023. All sorts of great movies. Let's see what I'm missing. I just want to mention the big ones. Blue Beetle, August 18th. That's pretty much it on my list of summer blockbusters that I'm excited about, and probably you are too. Oh, this is a cool anecdote. Let's skip ahead now. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th, Star Wars Day 2023 has come and gone. But this was an interesting thing. It was completely by accident. MeTV aired an episode of Gunsmoke just randomly in the rotation with Harrison Ford, filmed back in November 1972. Completely random. They didn't do it intentionally because I watched the show and I know where they are in the rotation. The original episode with Harrison Ford of Gunsmoke aired back on February 5th, 1973. The title is Whelan's Men. That's spelled WHELAN''S Men. And he was firing guns, shotguns. I mean, he looked like Han Solo. And he was a bad guy in it. But it's going to be a while before MeTV airs that episode again because there's a rotation of 635 episodes and 20 seasons of Gunsmoke. Now, that's real TV seasons, not Dancing with the Stars or Survivor reality show TV seasons where there could be 2 or 3 seasons in the same year. These are real seasons. Hell, there were 39 episodes per season of Gunsmoke in the first 5 years of Gunsmoke when it started as a half-hour black and white show. Whatever happened to network TV? Man. In terms of the quantity of episodes, and they keep cutting how long an episode is without commercials in terms of the actual content. Like, The Price is Right is 37 minutes without commercials. I know because I look at it sometimes on Paramount Plus without ads. I'm like, dang. But an hour show used to be 51 minutes long and 17 seconds. give or take a few seconds without commercials. So all that stuff has to be re-edited for airing and reruns on traditional broadcast TV these days. That's why I wish there would be a classic TV streaming network, paid or free. Now, I know, of course, there's Freevee, which used to be IMDb TV, and you have classic TV all over the place, like The Rabbit Hole, Tubi. Tubi. I love Tubi. It's ad-supported, but the ads aren't obnoxious. The ad breaks aren't that long, as you know. I love that. And they show uncut shows, and that's just... I always dreamed of having a classic TV premium channel like a Showtime or HBO, but it's not viable anymore, and it's not going to happen now with streaming being the thing. But MeTV does a great job. Even though they air edited episodes, I love their original programming, too. Like Tune In With Me, which is an hour show Monday through Friday, 7 to 8 a.m., where they play classic Warner Brothers cartoons and MGM cartoons and the Pink Panther, and they have a live wraparound with some comedy bits. It's very, very entertaining, and I like their original Collector's Call, hosted by Lisa Whelchel, best known as Blair from The Price is Right, and she was on Survivor herself, too. It airs Sunday nights at, I want to say 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m., Sunday nights, once a week, and they feature collectors across the country, if not the world, but primarily they've been focusing on the USA, probably because of budgetary reasons. They're not going to fly a crew to Europe. Not yet, anyway, huh? Now, what else was I going to say? I had a bunch of network TV cancellations lately, like Call Me Kat with Mayim Bialik, the co-host of Jeopardy. Now, that starred Leslie Jordan, that great little comedic actor. I think I know he was homosexual, just describing him. This is not a judgment, don't misunderstand, but I thought he was hilarious. He did a great show on Fox. It only lasted one season, called The Cool Kids with Vicki Lawrence and Martin Mull. He was in it. That show should have lasted longer than one season, but I digress. So Leslie Jordan sadly passed away in 2022 when he crashed his car due to a medical emergency. And I wondered how long that show would last without him, and here's your answer. It's done. So we'll probably see more of Mayim hosting Jeopardy since her show got shit canned. Excuse my language, family show. And CBS, they canceled the remake of SWAT. It's toast. SWAT is toast after 6 seasons. They're both gone. So it's cancellation season, folks, for network TV. I'm sure there'll be more to come. And hopefully your favorite show is not on the chopping block. Oh, I have another clip to play. This is a wonderful clip. Remember last time, if you tuned in to my nostalgic PodBlast about the history of Mad Magazine, Elizabeth Montgomery, and we covered Bewitched at the beginning of it. I thought it was one of the better shows because of the clips, not because of me, and the material. I thought it was more interesting than some of my recent shows. But that reminds me that I asked a question in that nostalgic PodBlast about the history of Mad Magazine and Elizabeth Montgomery retrospective. I asked, which classic TV spaceship was your favorite? Was it the USS Enterprise? I'm talking 1960s and 1970s TV. Was it the Galactica from Battlestar Galactica? Was it the Jupiter 2 from Lost in Space, or the alien spacecraft from The Invaders, a Quinn Martin production? And as I said then, the Jupiter 2, which is in the background if you're watching on camera, that gets my vote. Well, I forgot to play this 90-second clip. I said some of it aloud, like, here now is the Jupiter 2, the culmination of intensive research. Well, I've got some interesting background. I'm going to play that clip first, and this is from the very first episode of Lost in Space. Listen to this beautiful writing and the voice work by the late Dick Tufeld, who also voiced the robot on Lost in Space. But this is from September 15th, 1965, which is a Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. This is how the Jupiter 2 was introduced to the audience.
A sophisticated piece of hardware yet devised by the mind of man. Old in concept.
I messed up. Oh, gosh, here it is.
Here now is the Jupiter 2, the culmination of nearly 40 years of intensive research, and the most sophisticated piece of hardware yet devised by the mind of man. Old in concept, brilliant in execution, this most delicate yet most colossal of instruments makes possible man's thrust into deep space and will soon set out on its quest for a new world. This super spaceship stands 2 stories high. The upper level contains a fantastic, sophisticated guidance control system. An electronic elevator connects both floors of the intergalactic vehicle. The upper and lower levels are operationally self-contained. Here, on the lower deck, pulsating with unbelievable force, are the great atomic motors that will power the ship to new worlds. Spectacular but functional living quarters, including staterooms and galley, complete this level. There is one additional member of this expedition, an environmental control robot, key among whose many vital functions will be the final analysis of the physical environment of the new planet. This historic flight, preceded by nearly a decade of intensive research and preparation, has been shrouded by the most rigorous security precautions. Other nations, in even more desperate need for breathing room on our critically crowded planet, are racing the United States in this project. Countries that would go to any lengths of sabotage.
Right. And enter Dr. Zachary Smith, as written as a deadly spy originally, before the character became a farce in the prototype for C-3PO. Oh dear! Oh dear! Wait for me! Wait for me! I just love that voice work by the late Dick Tufeld. Such a powerful read. But how about that script writing? That was written by Shimon Winselberg. So great. I mean, in terms of the writing on Lost in Space, what happened? God, it disintegrated. It was so great in the very beginning. You had this regular Lost in Space writer come on board named Peter Packer with the second episode, who made so many boneheaded blunders in scripts about science and anatomy, like having Professor John Robinson claim that the pituitary gland, which regulates growth in humans, is at the base of our nose, in the season 1 black and white episode titled The Oasis, which also had Dr. Smith grow to giant size along with his clothes and his boots and his belt and everything else. So dumb. And also in the second episode, the first one he wrote titled The Derelict, the bad science that he wrote about, he claimed that comet, like a comet in outer space, give off great heat, which expands metal, which traps John Robinson and Maureen Robinson outside the ship, and the door won't open, and there's all this peril. Well, comets are cold. Peter Packer had a very weak scientific knowledge base. But then again, to cut him some slack, this was before Google search engines and websites where you could conduct proper research. But those were just basic errors in anatomy and science that he made. And that's just a sample of his many mistakes. But he did write a good episode where Will Robinson returned to Earth during the Christmas season, in between Christmas and New Year's in season 1. Return from Outer Space is what it's called. And Visit to a Hostile Planet, another episode where they got back to Earth in a time warp in the year 1947 in season 3. But back to the brilliant writer of Shimon Winselberg of that clip I just played, who wrote The Reluctant Stowaway. He used the name S. Bar David, a pseudonym, for the credits of that debut episode of Lost in Space titled The Reluctant Stowaway. He's got an interesting story. This is very brief. Here's some background about that writer, Shimon Winselberg. He lived from September 26th, 1924 until September 29th, 2004. In addition to being a television writer, he was a Broadway playwright. He wrote the 1959 Broadway play Kataki, starring Ben Piazza. Early life. Shimon Winselberg was born in Kiel, Germany. His family fled Nazi Germany, arriving in the United States in the late 1930s. Winselberg began his career as a writer in 1953 when he sold his first story. He continued to write stories for a variety of publications, including Harper's Bazaar magazine, The New Yorker, and Punch. He wrote many plays, including the Broadway play, as I said, Kataki, which was based on his own experience in Army intelligence during World War II. He's part of the Greatest Generation. He wrote another play in 1962 called Windows of Heaven, which premiered at Stockholm's Royal Dramatic Theatre. He also wrote books, some with his wife Anita, who also was a writer. He also wrote many television shows during the 60s and 70s. like Lost in Space and Star Trek. He wrote the episode Dagger of the Mind from season 1 as S. Bar David, really Shimon Wesselberg. That was his pseudonym. He had other pseudonyms too, but anyway. So did you know that S. Bar David stood for Shimon, son of David in Hebrew? That's interesting. That's why he chose that pseudonym. And he invented the Vulcan mind meld in that script for Dagger of the Mind. That was the first time Spock mind melded with somebody. So, and he was also a mentor for Orthodox Jews working in Hollywood. His scripts often included Jewish themes and depicted Jewish rituals and Jewish religious law with accuracy. Now, another neat thing about Lost in Space today in terms of broadcast television in 2023 is that right now, MeTV airs the classic show Saturday night, technically Sunday morning, depending on your perspective. And the season 3 episodes are running where there's no cliffhanger ending as they had in season 1 and 2 of that show, which Adam West's Batman copied. Lost in Space was first. But in season 3, in lieu of a cliffhanger, there was a nicely edited 1-minute next week preview segment narrated by Dick Tufeld, whose voice you just heard, just before the end credits rolled. And they were copying Star Trek, because Star Trek had debuted the season before, and I think the producers of Lost in Space and Space Productions, they decided to go with the next week 1-minute preview trailer. And that also allowed more time for actual scenes in the 1-hour teleplay. Because the cliffhangers would be like 3 to 5 minutes long, which are really the beginning of the next episode. They just edited it to the end of the other one there. So, but here's the astounding thing MeTV's doing, and it's not really them, it's the distributor, and now Disney controls Lost in Space, but clearly the episodes were re-edited, because like I said, you have to take out scenes to allow for today's commercial time. It's a business. Well, for the first time, I think since the TBS years of the 1980s when WTCG and WTBS aired Lost in Space, sometimes TBS 17 Superstation would leave it in, sometimes they wouldn't. Well, the MeTV versions are airing right now have the 1-minute next week preview intact. Now you might be thinking, big effing deal, because they are on the official Lost in Space Blu-rays and DVDs before that, and even the Columbia House VHS before that. They were on there as well, but I just think it's neat to see it in broadcast TV because they were very well edited with music editing, and it's not been in broadcast commercial television in many, many decades. So that's cool. They're running those keeping those in. Now, one of them didn't have it that they played recently. I don't watch it because I want to put new things in my brain. I've seen these Lost in Space episodes. I have them on film. I have them on Blu-ray. You know, I like to read and put new things into my head instead of just rewatching the same old stuff, but I still will watch it on MeTV and shuttle search through it. I'm just curious to see how many episodes have that 1-minute preview, and so far I think only one did not. But it's really exciting, just as a TV geek and Lost in Space geek, to see that on broadcast. Just saying. Thought that was cool. And last thing about MeTV I want to say is I'm enjoying the Beverly Hillbillies. I'm watching them for the very first time in prime time. They're in the middle of season 3 as we're live. Airs at 9 p.m. Monday through Friday on MeTV. Check your local listings. And it's sad if you don't have like a cable provider or digital rabbit ears that pick up MeTV, you can't just stream it. I think Friendly TV streams MeTV, but MeTV is not like, it's not on Pluto TV. It's not that easy to get aside from traditional media. And that's probably by design. And Friendly is a paid service. Look up Friendly Streaming, but they carry MeTV. So I'm enjoying the Beverly Hillbillies Monday through Friday at 9 p.m. And also My Three Sons. I'm watching these for the first time on DVR, 6:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, right before Tune In With Me. And here's an interesting thing. For many years, the black and white episodes were not in syndication. Viacom owned the rights. Now it's CBS Paramount, but Viacom had removed the black and white episodes from syndication, kind of like was done with Bewitched for many years, until Nick at Night started running them way back in 1990. And it says, for the first time in over a decade, the black and white episodes of Bewitched. I can hear the promo now. I have all that on videotape. I have boxes and boxes of videotape, and all that stuff's coming back in. I'm going to start featuring classic commercials. I see people that get millions of views on YouTube with commercials from 1997. Shit, Jack, I've got stuff from the 80s on videotape, perfect quality. I've got all sorts of stuff. And these Nick at Night promos I taped in the 80s for Patty Duke's show, perfect quality, much better than anything you'll find. I need to start sharing that because I don't think those are copyrighted where I'd piss someone off. I think I can get away with playing some commercials and promotional pieces for classic television, Nick at Night and other things like that. So, but I'm watching My Three Sons for the very first time. I've seen some episodes before, but I'd never seen these black and white episodes. And what's cool now is they had been running the DVD versions of season 1 and 2 of My Three Sons, which had music replacement. They only released seasons 1 and 2 of My Three Sons on DVD of all the 12 seasons. And that was a long running show, just like Gunsmoke, 20 seasons, 12 seasons. That's a long friggin' run. But My Three Sons, what they're doing is CBS Paramount is using 16 millimeter prints for season 3, 4, and 5. Those are the last of the black and white seasons. The first 5 seasons were black and white on ABC TV, and then ABC canceled My Three Sons, and it went to CBS for the first time in full color starting in September 1965. And that used to be, for many years, all you saw in syndication reruns, including MeTV, was the season 6, the CBS years, where, you know, the boys are a little bit older and there's no Mike. Mike disappears. He becomes like Chuck in Happy Days, after he's married off to a character played by Meredith McRae, who also we know her from Petticoat Junction and other shows. We saw him in the very beginning of the first color episode. They go off to their honeymoonies, and I don't think he's ever mentioned again. He might have been mentioned in passing 1 or 2 times in the early color episodes, but that's about it. So what's interesting to me is that there was music replacement in the DVDs of season 1 and 2, and I get there's different laws and rules for home video versus broadcast. Well, MeTV is airing from 16 millimeter film the black and white episodes with the original music by Frank Duvall. Remember Duvall? He'd go by Duvall in the credits, D-E-V-O-L, Duvall, not devil. Hear me clearly, Duvall. And so it has the original music, and the quality, you could tell it's from film. It's not like they're taken from 35 millimeter negatives they did for season 1 and 2, but still, it's better than nothing. And it's just neat to see the old Chevrolet trucks. That was their sponsor of the early ABC episodes of My Three Sons. You see the Chevy trucks in the end credits, and I thought that was pretty neat. So I'm enjoying seeing those for the very first time. I'll just do like a binge. I'll record a bunch of them and just binge them when I have spare time, and then I stick around for Tune In With Me. It sounds like I just sit around and watch TV all day. No, I'm busy at work. I do have a life. But there's things that I must keep up on for the show, and just because I enjoy it. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you're an eBayer. The odds are you're not a collector of 16 millimeter film, but if anyone out there is, I am selling some excess film prints right now. And of course, the eBay shop is the_nostalgic_PodBlast if you want to see what I'm offering. And also I have some comic books, some classic comic books that I have multiple copies of that I'm going to give. And also it helps me promote the show, actually, because I always put like a little handwritten thank you note, and I'll say, hey, thanks a lot. Sincerely, the Nostalgic PodBlast Show and eBay shop. Anyway, and I give them a little sticker for Fistful of Radio and or the Nostalgic PodBlast. Anyway. Oh, and one final thing I'll say about Tune In With Me. There's an actor and a comedian who does a hilarious impression of President Theodore Roosevelt, where they make him out to be an arrogant yet successful egomaniac, meaning he's touting his accomplishments and he's real energetic and kicking. And I get a big kick out of seeing this guy do an impression of President Teddy Roosevelt. Just some funny stuff. Let's move along. I was delighted to hear that Jim Lee was promoted to president of DC Comics. I love seeing an artist promoted to top executive. So congratulations to Jim Lee. His ascent to comic book holiness began for Marvel. This is wrong. I'm reading an article and I forgot to mention the source. I like to give credit where credit's due. Let me back up. This is from my mind and what I know. The first Marvel X-Men comic book that he drew was in 1989. It was X-Men issue 248. X-Men volume 1, issue 248. But this article, I'm going to continue reading with this incorrect info. His ascent to comic book holiness began for Marvel in 1991's record-setting X-Men #1, Volume 2, #1. Actually, they should have added that. They didn't. Written by Chris Claremont and inked by Scott Williams. And now the great Jim Lee has another notch under his comic book belt. He's just been promoted to president of DC Comics. And it says, again, with a question mark. I don't get that. According to the Hollywood Reporter, he's also, here we go, still the publisher and chief creative officer, CCO, of the Warner Brothers Discovery-owned company, where he's been since 1998. This gig involves heading up the creative teams as well as the, quote, the creative efforts to integrate DC Publishing portfolio of characters and stories across all media, supporting the brands and studios of WBD, unquote, Warner Brothers. As the trade reports, Jim Lee's promotion is, quote, seen as a through line into the Warner Brothers Discovery era and the adjacent DC studios under James Gunn and Peter Safran, end quote. In other words, he is a hugely respected comics industry veteran, artist, I'm adding artist because he is, and his continued presence at DC, which is about to enter a bold new era in its pop culture legacy, should only help with keeping the company on course. Lee was most recently involved in several iterations of modern DC Comics characters across multiple media platforms, including animation, film, publishing, and product development in the games and toys categories. So congratulations from Chance Bartels, your host, to Jim Lee, and I wish him the best of success. Not that he needs any help from me. I need help from him. And like I said, I remember buying that first issue of X-Men 248 that he drew way back in 1989. So we're going to move on here. Now, I talked earlier about Star Wars Day. Now, that came and went. It's in our rearview mirror, obviously. But I just wanted to mention, as I posted in the Nostalgic PodBlast Facebook group, the first Star Wars item I ever saw, which predated seeing the very first movie, because I am an old fart. I'm an old fart. I am an old fart. First thing I saw were Topps cards. Topps cards, the Topps card company, bubblegum cards, like football cards, baseball cards. They also made movie cards and cards based on television shows. So when I was a little kid, when I was 6 years old, I saw these at the end of May 77. Online, they say June 77 is when Topps Cards distributed them for the first time. Hogwash. I remember clear as a bell, at least in my area in Decatur, Georgia. That's where I lived at the time. I saw them at a 7-Eleven. Sure as hell did. And I saw this little image. It was C-3PO pointing from the scene in the very first Star Wars movie. I won't call it A New Hope. I call that a new nope. Star Wars, 1977. I have a 16mm CinemaScope film print of that before A New Hope was added, which, by the way, was added for the re-release to promote The Empire Strikes Back, just prior to the release of The Empire Strikes Back in 1980. That's why that happened. And they, of course, named officially The Empire Strikes Back Episode 5. So that's where all that comes from. A New Hope, not for me. That's a new nope, sir. But it is what it is, and I just got to face reality. It'll always be from now on, and has been for decades now, Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. But anyway, I saw this picture, an animated shot from the movie, of C-3PO pointing, and it's from the scene where they're trying to find R2-D2, who had his restraining bolt removed by Luke Skywalker, and he's wandered off. And it was like a publicity shot from that scene. And you don't see Luke, you just see C-3PO pointing, and I thought he looked scary. When I was a kid, I didn't know what Star Wars was. I thought it was a bad guy. But, and he reminded me of Goldar from the Space Giants, but I digress. Magma Taishi in Japan talked about it. And please listen to the Nostalgic PodBlast about the Space Giants. It's on YouTube. That was a pretty informative show, if I say so myself. But the original bubblegum cards and stickers had a blue border around the image. I've got them all behind me in a photo album. Very nostalgic, I think. But the bubble gum, oh shoot, this guy fell. The bubble gum Tasted like worse than cardboard, and I have tasted cardboard. As a kid, you try tasting all sorts of things. Oh my gosh. These comics just fell. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Oh, fuck. I need to settle down. I think I'm moving around too much. Oh, shoot, yeah. And there's a joke Topps card I want to show you where these animators at Topps Cards added a penis to C-3PO. And this is a true story. They, as a joke, I'll show it on camera. They added a goldenrod, if you will. Remember that was Han Solo's slam to C-3PO in The Empire Strikes Back? You're going to be a permanent resident, goldenrod. He said something like, he called him goldenrod. But look, you see that? There's a phallic image right there on C-3PO's crotch. Now, parents saw that in their kids' cards and complained to Topps Cards, and legend has it, they actually airbrushed it out. I have that card too, but this is the rare collectible card where there it is. Because they didn't print all that many compared to the full run. But getting back to Topps Cards, let me just show on camera what they look like. I'll show you some of the stickers. Ah, jeez. It's bad audio. I mean, it's boring for the listener, but let me just show. It's heavy. There's the first run of stickers there for those that are watching the Nostalgic PodBlast YouTube channel. I've got them all. There were 5 series of cards. The first series had 66 cards, 11 stickers. And then, like I said, it had a blue border. Let me just show you. There's the very first card of Luke Skywalker. There's some Series 2 stickers. The next series, they're going to fall out. That's why I got to be really careful. We're red border. And then yellow border. I hope this is showing up on the camera. And then the green border, like the penis card. And they never showed the Cantina monsters in the first 4 series. Probably under orders from George Lucas until the 5th and final orange series. And we finally got to see the creatures in the Cantina scene. Anyway, I've got all the stickers, all the cards. I just love them. And I'm not trying to make this, look what I got, showing off thing. I'm not. I'm sharing. I'm sharing this. This is a time capsule. And why not use visual aids? I want to be interesting because I'm a boring mofo. I'm trying to make this interesting for the listener and the viewer as best I can in lieu of actual talent. But I collected those. But the gum, Topps Cards were the worst. Donruss had good gum. Flair had the best. I bought Flair football cards and baseball cards, and Flair, that gum was delicious. It was good. So let's see. I already did my little joke. Goldenrod, you're going to be a permanent resident. Han Solo. I'm not going to say that. Okay, now it's time for I'm winding down the show finally. Let's see how long I've gone. I didn't want to do more than 3 hours. I've gone over 4 hours. This is insane. I did it again. But I need content for Fistful, so that's fine. 4 hours and 8 minutes. So let me start to wind down the show. No one's going to listen that long. It's just good to have this documentation. Time for our old-fashioned phrase of the week. Here it is. Toodles, or toodaloo. Remember that? Toodaloo. Nobody says that anymore. Toodles. Really, it's toodaloo. 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 Well, of course, it means goodbye. The likely origin of toodles comes from the French. And their phrase, I can't even pronounce it, a toodaloo, which means see you soon. In English, this phrase sounds close to toodaloo or toodaloo. Adopted in English. That's annoying as hell, I know. Adopted in English, the slang was shortened to just toodle. So there's your old-fashioned phrase of the week. I want to play this. I want to play another song because I've got to take a break. I am dying here it's hot. It's hot in this place. And I keep the air off for better sound, but I've got to do something. I got to get some fresh air and check on Baby, my pet bunny rabbit. Let me just make sure I didn't leave anything else out here. we're going to get to the nostalgic toy of the week. We're almost through with everything I wanted to cover with this edition. I played this last time. I'll play it again. I just love this song. There's not many songs I can play because of obvious reasons, but I'm going to play this again and show just a few more comic books for the viewer. But I love the song by the Tubes, and it just fits when I'm showing comics that are in good condition. Here is She's a Angel.
Because you will not believe your eyes. I see you right here behind the line. And you're gonna like her to see mine. If you look inside another world and get to talking to a pretty girl, see everything you dream about.
Little 2 for Tuesday there, back to back. Sorry, listeners, for that. I just wanted to show some comic books, and so that's all I had at the helm, ready to go. Go get to the nostalgic treat of the week and the nostalgic toy of the week. I'm going to skip those that died. I may just mention a few birthdays. I don't know. I need to hurry this along and wrap the show. Hang on a sec, folks. Let me get this off of the screen. Yeah, and that was what I just showed on camera. That was Fantasy Masterpieces #1, Volume 2, where they reprinted Silver Surfer original issues in abridged form, where they took pages away. We talked about that earlier. Oh, the nostalgic toy of the week. Oh, music history. Hold on. Let's just go over some music history notes. I've been neglectful of the music lovers out there like me. Let's talk about, I know this is in most of the rearview mirrors, depending on most of you when you're listening or watching this, but for May 8th, here's some notes. The Beatles album, Let It Be, was released on May 8th, 1970, the last studio album. Huge music news. 1972, May 8th, 1972, Billy Preston became, and he did a track on Let It Be. Billy Preston became the first rock performer to headline at Radio City Music Hall, New York City. May 8th, 1977, Olivia Newton-John made her New York City debut with a concert at the Metropolitan Opera House. Let's see. Now, I don't remember this. 1992, May 8th, Will Smith of Fresh Prince, of course, and Get My Wife Out Your Damn Mouth, and songwriter Cherie Zampino were married. I don't remember that marriage or that union. Huh. I'm not going to talk about lawsuits, so I'm not going to even go there. So I'm going to admit that. So that's all I had for that date. Now, let me look at May 8th birthdays really quick. Melissa Gilbert was born on May 8th, 1964 in Los Angeles, California. We talked about Little House on the Prairie briefly, how I mentioned how Michael Landon's episodes were the best that he wrote and directed. And, of course, she played Laura Ingalls Wilder, the author of the Little House books that the show is based on. She played that character. Don Rickles, happy heavenly birthday to the Insult King comedian. He was born on he was born on May 8th, 1926 in Queens, New York. He passed away on April 6th, 2017. He was just the best. Man, I love the Don Rickles show, and him and Johnny Carson were on fire in the old Tonight Show days, which airs on Antenna TV. Let's see here. May 8th. Let's see who's nostalgic in my list here. I didn't prepare this, obviously. I think that's going to be about it, because a lot of folks on my list I don't know. Oh, here's a good actor you don't see much anymore, David Keith. Actor David Keith. He was born on May 8th, 1954 in Knoxville, Tennessee. He was a good actor, David Keith. I think he was an Officer and a Gentleman. He did a lot of movies. Let's see. Anybody else of interest? Any musicians? No, we're going to move on. So that's it for birthdays. I'm not going to pull up the music and all that. We've got to wrap the show. The nostalgic toy of the week. I'm going to play a commercial, and you'll recognize the voice. This voice you heard in many, many television shows and some movie trailers. Let's just play this for you now. And hope that it works okay. So we don't need the birthday music. Here it is. Here's the commercial. Come on, you son of a gun. I'm having all sorts of audio problems. This is a toy. While I'm stalling, it's a toy. Duh. It's a game. Duh. It's think.
I'm Merlin, the electronic wizard, challenging you to 6 computer games. Start with simple tic-tac-toe. Your turn, my turn. I'll tell you if you win and when you lose. Play all kinds of games. Echo, Blackjack 13, Magic Square, or formidable Mindbender, or make beautiful music together. Merlin, the electronic wizard from Parker Brothers.
Merlin. I was going to say think Game Boy. That was my hint. Primitive Game Boy. But that was a 1978 commercial. Paul Frees did that voice work. He did a lot of classic Disney movie voice work, and he was the announcer for season 1 of I Dream of Jeannie in like the first 6 episodes where they had it wasn't an animated opening like you saw in later seasons, and actually later in season 1, you actually had a narrated piece that showed live action footage. Here in this house, a girl in the bottle plays Spin the astronaut. That was at the end of it. Anyway, anyone that's familiar with Ajimagini, that's just one of the many examples of voice work by Paul Frees. But anyway, that's Merlin. That's our toy of nostalgia of the week. It was obviously a handheld electronic game, first made by Parker Brothers back in 1978. And the game was invented by former NASA employee Bob Doyle, his wife Holly, and brother-in-law Wendy Thomas, spelled Thomis. Merlin is notable as one of the earliest and most popular handheld games, selling over 5 million units during its initial run, as well as one of the most long-lived, remaining popular throughout the 1980s. A version of the game was released in 2004 by Milton Bradley Company, a throwback version. So let's see here. You heard the games. I was going to reiterate that, but you heard that in the commercial, so I don't need to. Be so repetitive. Okay, so Collector's Call. That's already aired. 6:30 Sunday as we're live. This is Sunday night as I'm live. It was 6:30. I couldn't remember if it was 6 or 6:30. Hosted by Lisa Welchel. It's Sunday night at 6:30 on Me TV, and that's my praise of the week. Now, my fake rant of the week, this is just one sentence in the interest of time. I'm not going to do 2 or 3 like I normally do. It's the spam bot with the phony death notice. Like, Simon Cowell is on his deathbed. Simon Cowell has died. You know, as the administrator of the Nostalgic PodBlast, I have all of the spammers that try to post that, but I have turned on what's called post approval, where I have to approve of each post, which is an unfortunate thing because there's a lot of good people that post nostalgic items, and if I'm not online for 24 hours, I don't see their posts, and sometimes their posts will be time sensitive, like a birthday or someone sadly passing away, something that would be of interest to the other members of the group. And because of spam, I have to wait, or just, I'm not always on Facebook like I used to be. I'm working on a project, so I'm busy during the day, and that's why I haven't been doing a weekly show. I need to get back to being every week on Sunday, as it says in the description of the Nostalgic PodBlast. Live show Sunday says so on YouTube, but I've been sporadic and whenever I go. But I'm going to try to get more discipline and find the time to be consistent. So item, actor Jonathan Majors went to court. Stay tuned on that. You know about that case. And now, at last, I need to remind people of a very special deal from our friends at Remind Magazine. Remind Magazine is offering, and I think this would make a really good graduation gift. A lot of younger folks want to discover what their parents and grandparents were into when they were young. And so I think that Remind Magazine would be a great place for that. And the best part is you can get it for $12 for an entire year. That's less than most streaming services charge for 1 month. But for $1 an issue, normally $5 at the newsstand at Barnes & Noble or other newsstand locations, you can get this delivered right to your home or your gift recipient's home. And whoever you give this to for their birthday or graduation, they'll think you spent a hell of a lot more money than just $12, and that's tax-free. That includes shipping out the door, $12. The focus of Remind Magazine are monthly themed features from the 1950s through the 1990s. Here's how you can order. Go to remindmagazine.com or just call toll-free 855-773-6463. That's 855-773-6463, and a friendly order specialist will assist you in processing your Remind subscription. It's an introductory offer, $12 for 12 months, 12 issues at $1 a pop. And remember, please mention the Nostalgic PodBlast when you order. And the current edition is on camera right there. It's about dynasties and nepotism. I'm just kidding, in Hollywood, going way back. Now, I wanted to mention and remind people that the show The Fall Guy, they're making a movie on. They're in post-production now. filmed in Australia, primarily, principal photography. Seasons 1 and 2 are on Amazon Prime for free for Amazon Prime subscribers. I need to look and see if it's on Freevee for non-subscribers. It might very possibly be there. I don't know. It might be absolutely free for all. Those used to be like $1.99 each. Now they're free. So just a reminder. A quick anecdote, personal thing. This isn't really nostalgic unless you consider chocolate-covered pretzels nostalgic. I like these Flips Nestle pretzels, and I'm trying to lose 10 pounds. I open this pack, and see this piece of cardboard I taped? Well, for the listener, let's just say there was a strange strip of cardboard about the size of a pencil or a pen, a writing pen, that same basic shape inside the bag. You see it on camera there? Just kind of weird, and I didn't eat no more after that. I don't know if I should eat them and then Listerine right after or what. But also, since we're talking about Guardians of the Galaxy, I got to give a shout out to Barry King. He has a radio show he does with Alan Sanders called BK on the Air in Cartersville, Georgia. It's on WBHF. He gave me as a gift, we used to be pretty tight briefly for a few months, this Guardians of the Galaxy hardcover book. Isn't that cool? I still haven't opened it yet. I'm a weirdo collector, and I like to keep collectibles sealed for obvious reasons. It's not because of value or because I'm trying to make money off it. Hell, I'll never sell it. It was nice he did that. But look at it. Isn't that? Can you see it on camera? It's pretty freaking cool. I want to read it. I may wind up breaking down and just opening it, but it's a heavy book. As I slam it down on this desk that Al Hardy sold me for cheap for $20. But it is, I need to weigh it. It's got to be at least 5 pounds. But it's a really cool book all about Guardians of the Galaxy. I should have opened it and read it before I did this show. There might have been a factoid I didn't cover in this over 4-hour edition of the Nostalgic PodBlast, covering primarily the history in print and film of the Guardians of the Galaxy. So let's see. I think that might be about it. And no, we used to be pretty tight, but I made a mistake. I won't get into that in terms of something I did with my friend Danny, a video where, it doesn't matter. But it wasn't a major thing. But anyway, he's a good guy, and I wish him well. And his show's pretty good. It's on Saturday mornings from 10 a.m. until noon on WBHF, and you can get it on TuneIn. I think he does it also. I know he does on YouTube also. It's called BK on the Air, like Burger King. Oh, that was another thing I was going to talk about. Speaking of Burger King, they're closing hundreds of stores in America. Let me find that article from WGN Chicago. Let me find that article. I mean, that's kind of a big deal. I know that's nostalgic. A lot of people remember the glory days back when you're a kid, and my mom had fast food Friday for my sister and I. We'd get either McDonald's, Wendy's, or Burger King on Friday only to, kick off the weekend. And so this is kind of shocking news. And I know in Detroit, they already closed like 30 different locations there from one franchisee owner. Let me find the article. Here it is. Let me read this for you. And this will be probably the final thing I do tonight. Hey, Jeff Logan, I see you're out there. If you saw Guardians, call me real quick with your review, 770-438-1050. If you've already seen it, I want to know what you thought. I found it to be very emotional. Those scenes with the animals really put me away. But here is the article from WGN. I'm going to read this real quick. In a whopper, see what I did there? Of bad news for Burger King lovers, the fast food burger chain announced that up to 400 of its locations will be closed by the end of 2023. Joshua Kobza, K-O-B-Z-A, of Restaurant Brands International, RBI Inc., which owns Burger King, confirmed the news to Today.com earlier this week, saying the plan is to close 300 to 400 Burger King stores across the nation. The CEO added, amid the release of the company's first quarter report, that hundreds of Burger King locations are closed every year. Okay. He also said the company's focus will now be on working with smaller franchisees and established operators to build or develop existing restaurants. Officials haven't said which stores will shut down or when it will happen. Business Insider, however, reported that a couple of major Burger King franchisees have filed for bankruptcy this year, including Illinois-based Tom's King in January and Utah-based Meridian Restaurants Unlimited in March. In addition, restaurant brands ended an agreement with franchisee EYM King in March after a failure to come to terms. RBI stated that 124 Burger King locations have already shut down since January 1st, 2023, leaving less than 7,000 Burger King locations in the USA. Man, that's sad news. Let me give credit to the author here. The author of this article is Kate, spelled with a K. Very unusual. My friend Kate is spelled with a C. A-I-T. You think of Kate like K-A-T-E, right? I never heard of that spelling. That's very unique and interesting. K-A-I-T, Kate Newsome. And that could be a guy for all I know. I don't know. N-E-W-S-U-M. And the headline was dethroned, ? Burger King set to close hundreds of restaurants. So there's the details for you, my friends. And then someone tried to turn it, just never mind. On the Nostalgic PodBlast Facebook group, it's going to get heated. Somebody brought politics into it, and I don't like to talk that shit on the PodBlast page. Sorry, I just don't. I don't hinder anyone's right to say anything, but I want this to be a neutral place for people to remember their fond memories of yesteryear and fun things of today together. I want this to be a unifier, not a divider. So I guess I'm going to say goodbye. We already did birthdays. Oh, no, I didn't do my nostalgic food of the week. This is quick. This is a good one. I haven't posted about this yet in the Nostalgic PodBlast platforms and social media like Twitter and Instagram and our Facebook group. But let me play this ad. This is a relatively low quality ad, but you can still make it out. This is the only one I could find. Listen.
Carnation introduces the instant breakfast you can get your teeth into. New Carnation Breakfast Bar. Smooth chocolate, crispy nuts, crunchy centers. When you don't have time for your regular breakfast, one Carnation Breakfast Bar and a glass of milk gives as much nourishment as this bacon and egg breakfast. Read the label. Milk supplies substantial nutrition. New Carnation Breakfast Bar. The instant breakfast you can get your teeth into.
Okay, that was the Carnation Breakfast Bar. I love the chocolate chip variety, and it had chocolate around it. Carnation breakfast bars were introduced around 1975. They were sweet and chocolatey, but also provided quality nutrition. They were popular for a quick breakfast fix that you could have on the go. They remained popular clear through the 1980s and into the early 1990s as well. Not sure if the bars were discontinued in that time frame, but we know that the brand hosted a relaunch around 1994 to the public about the breakfast bars, but it still didn't do the trick to revive the brand, and in 1997, the bars were officially discontinued. That sucks. They had lost their original stamina. However, there were a multitude of people who begged for the bars to return. Because of that, Nestle decided to give it a go yet again. The product wasn't exactly the same, but it was similar. They updated the labeling and named the bars Carnation Breakfast Essentials Nutrition Bar. The recipe was changed, and these coordinated with the other products in the Breakfast Essentials line. The debut of a new but similar product did happen in 2014. However, despite the efforts, many people didn't feel that the bars truly measured up. Some reviewers said the flavors just weren't the same, and others simply didn't like them. Disappointment and lack of sales led to the bar being discontinued yet again by 2020. That's too bad. Oh, I have a few other things for you. I've said this before. If we say yesterday, why don't we say yesternight? If we say homophobe, why don't we say heterophobe? What about a femophobe? Anyway, not laugh out loud funny, not even just an observation, just an observation. I would also encourage anyone to subscribe to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic PodBlast. You don't have to. Most people just watch stuff. Subscribe or not, it'd be great if you did, but if just watch the show for the collectibles, not for me. And I'm going to feature more and more different things, not just comic books. I know I've been real comic book heavy lately, but that's just because these great movies are coming out, and I'm glad that Marvel has returned to winning form with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Go see it. It was fantastic, but just know it's sad. So there's some sad scenes I told you about with the animals that really choked me up. I mean, It was tough. And today, in case you're tuning in late, you got to meet Baby, my baby bunny rabbit, on camera briefly. Just shuttle search through the video if you want to see what she looks like. She's a cutie. Oh, and I think I showed this in the live video on YouTube Live, but I'm going to show you this. Fall Guy, I just talked about how these are finally on Amazon Prime for free. Here's the 2006 DVD version by Fox. I bitched about how Doug Barr is not on the cover of the season 1 or season 2, which only came out in Europe DVD sets, and he's not on the front and back of season 2. He was on the back of season 1. That little tiny square in a publicity photo for the season 4 episode Sandcastles, which is set in Hawaii. That was the first episode filmed in June 1984 for season 4 of The Fall Guy in production order. It wasn't the first one that aired in season 4, first one that was shot. And there he is right there, but big whoop. But here's what a case should look like. I was friends with this girl who moved away named Deb, and she and I designed for my videos a Fall Guy tape case like back in 2000. Check this out. We scanned things from my collection like publicity stills. Look at Marky Post there in a pink bikini. That's from an episode titled Inside Outside, where she's actually kidnapped so she won't testify in court against somebody. Kidnapped on the beach. And you've seen publicity shots of Marky Post on a bicycle in black and white from that on location production shoot. But like in publicity shots. But and that's how you do a case. Doug is right there on the front and center, as he because it was a trio. These characters. It was Colt, Howie, and Jody. And then the bail bondswoman they work for, whether it was Marky Post playing Terry Shannon was her first name, changed to Terry Michaels in season 3, or Ned Revolves in season 5, or even Edward Trench, played by that character actor Robert Donner, who most know as Exodore in Mork and Mindy. He played in season 5, one of the bail. He was kind of like a Scrooge type, like just a stoic. That was the humor with his character. He was just such an ass. But anyway, I hope you guys learned something, you guys and gals. I hope this wasn't too long-winded and boring. I appreciate each and every one of you being there. Last call, Jeff, if you want to call in and talk about Guardians 3, if you've seen it. I know he liked my video, but he ain't said nothing. Maybe he ain't seen it yet. He hasn't seen it yet. Good grammar. Listen, I hope you have a great week. We'll be back probably in a couple weeks. They're going to take a couple weeks off unless something happens to give people time to watch these long but informative PodBlasts. And we will catch you on the flip side. Oh, there's what I was looking for. I was going to play this music, but now it don't matter none. I've played it before. Now I got to put all these comic books away. It's going to take me a long time. But it's worth it. If I educated and entertained anybody, it's worth it. This is Lalo Schifrin's Medical Center TV theme. Record album version that he put out. I played it before in the history of the Silver Surfer, so I'll cut that short. It's a great piece of music. I just love it. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for tuning in to the Nostalgic PodBlast. Please tell your friends. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel, and please be safe. Good night.